so none of you could hear me because I keep forgetting to unmute myself. Welcome to the stream. We're going to start this whole thing all over again because I just talked to a mic that wasn't even on. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. As I said before, but you didn't hear, I apologize for pushing back the stream by an hour, but I needed the extra hour. Today has been an absolutely crazy day and an absolutely crazy week, which started with camping with my family, which was both relaxing and not relaxing. Relaxing because it was nice to be with my family. It was nice to be outside where it's kind of nice and quiet and relaxing and everything like that. Went for a kayak at one point. It was lovely. But we were in a campground and therefore we were sharing facilities like bathrooms and stuff like that. Yeah. So they weren't wearing masks. It was very frustrating. So yeah, that was like in and out. Then sometime that weekend I dropped my phone on the ground and it landed screen down on a rock and broke only a couple of days after I had gotten the phone fixed. I got the phone fixed I got the phone screen fixed on last Wednesday because there had been some dead pixels on it for quite some time, and I finally said it's almost out of warranty. I need to hurry up and go put it on. And then I ended up breaking that new phone screen anyway. So that was a good way to start the week. This week so far has been kind of crazy as well. We're gearing up to kind of go back into the semester, and it's interesting. There's some interesting changes being done, and we're kind of all scrambling to get new things ready to go while campus is letting us go back to work. It is both reassuring and scary at the same time, some of the things that are being done. And in order to get into camp, like I worked twice this week. Did I work twice? No, I worked only once this week. I worked yesterday. So I worked yesterday in the office and rode my bike there and back. And when riding back, I got hit by a car. That was fun. I was only at a stoplight, so it wasn't no damage to my bike, no damage to the car, and I'm fine. But still, a little bit of a shaky experience. And yeah, I've done like I did like a week and a half's worth of work yesterday, and I'm just very tired. And I did a whole bunch more work today. All the free time that I thought I might have for little breaks or lunches or anything, nope. My lunch was basically running around getting my prescriptions together because they needed refilling. Anyway, so today's stream started at 10 o'clock. Might go only 2 hours this time, just as an FYI. Don't expect us to necessarily finish this game outright unless we get close enough that I'm just going to say screw it and we're going to finish. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Agatha Christie, what have you got for us? Oh no. Is it? Okay. No, it's working. Can you hear this? Please let me know if you can or cannot hear this. Okay. Okay. Turn that down. There we go. What have we got, Poirot? Poirot. Forget what we're doing. What's next? What's next?
Well, Hastings, how does your investigation go?
Oh, fine. No problems at all, old man.
I am glad to hear that, my friend.
Okay. We'll just jump back in. Yeah, okay. The morning of the murder. I'm ready for this. I am ready for this. Oh. No one replaced my towels?
Morning, Monsieur Poirot. Any more thoughts about what we found in the ruins?
Poirot always has their thoughts, Monsieur Lane. Who can tell which will prove to be most significant? What are your plans for this morning?
I've heard there's a fine church in these parts, St. Patrick in the Coombe. going to try and track it down.
What illness forced you to leave your position?
It was... I confess it was nerves, Monsieur Poirot.
I did not mean to intrude.
No.
Well, you
it's
already did,
quite all
sweetie.
right. No sense in my hiding the fact. Women, they are so often at the source
Oh,
of
that
evil.
took a turn.
Do you think so?
Alright,
Life.
asshole.
Don't you feel it in the air? All around you. We spoke of it yesterday at the ruins. The presence of evil.
Yeah, the presence of
Oui,
evil does
Monsieur
not
Lane,
equal
I
women.
feel it. I am able to assist you in your search, I think.
Oh?
I found this pamphlet at the establishment of Mrs. Hughes in Leathercombe Bay.
Oh, this is marvelous. And there's a map and everything. Let's see. It'll make a fine hike over the moors, too. Thank you so much.
Monsieur Lane,
You go
I wonder if
look
I
at
may ask you
your
the question
fucking church and leave the
somewhat
women here
painful.
alone, please.
Your kind gift has lifted my spirits considerably. I will answer if I can.
Your church was near Brixham, I believe.
Oh, yes, I had a small living there. Why?
Are you familiar with Mrs. Potter's School for Young Ladies?
Why,
There's a connection.
Oh, yes, Miss Potter herself and several of the girls attended my church. Not as many as I would have liked, but some.
Do you recall the Conservatoire de Dance near there?
Oh, yes, Miss Brewster, who is stopping here, was an instructor there.
Does the name Millie Parsons mean anything to you?
There it is.
The murder. Yes, it
The murder.
caused quite a sensation. A teacher at Miss Porter's was accused. No charges were brought. Simply the ruin of a man's reputation. He may have been misguided, even driven. But the Parsons girl brought it upon herself. Of that, I am convinced.
Are you really just saying that a child tried to seduce an older man?
Murder.
Because sounds like that's what you're saying.
And of that second crime, he was wholly innocent, I have no doubt. So what he said in a moment of weakness,
I don't like this guy. I don't like this
What did this
guy.
teacher say to you?
I may no longer be of the cloth, Mr. Poirot, but I will keep the confidences learnt while I was still in God's service.
Even if it allows a murderer to go free?
Please, God must judge, not I.
Tell me of the second crime.
Yeah, I'm not asking God to judge, or you. I'm asking for me to judge,
Alice Corrigan
dick.
was the name. Strangled, as was the Parsons girl. The husband was suspected, but again, no arrest was ever made. I'm convinced the two crimes were the work of one man.
And the motive?
Women are at the heart of
Oh
many
my
tragedies.
god, get off
In
the
this
sexist
case,
bandwagon
they were the
here.
victims of tragedy.
Can you doubt? They brought it upon themselves through fornication, adultery, and godlessness.
Maybe your
It is
godliness
to
and
doubt
your
Monsieur Lane.
lack of fornication
course.
is a problem
You're a
here.
detective.
Honey, you need to just
I would think your
fucking
experience would have
masturbate
paid
already and
witness to the
get
truth
this
of
out
my
of your
words.
system.
I may have misunderstood and unburdened myself too freely. I must be off if I hope to reach the church and be
Fucking
back
hate
before
this
it gets
guy.
too late. Thank you
Ugh.
for the information.
Fellow is right round the bend, Poirot. He practically admitted he knew Millie Parsons' killer, yet did nothing because she was a girl, and somehow deserved it? That's monstrous.
Hastings says
It is
hashtag me
true, He
too.
appears to be quite
Awesome.
selective when it comes to forgiveness and compassion. Yet it may very well be that decision to keep silent caused his breakdown. His pain runs deep, and the struggle, it continues. There may be hope for him still.
If there is, I haven't found it yet. You gone? I gotta just see.
Latched. The door is... Quite... The door...
Hey, keep going. You gotta try all the doors. Oh,
Quite... The door...
no.
Mademoiselle, if I may have a moment of your time?
I only
Excuse
have
me.
a few minutes, Monsieur Poirot. I'm meeting Mrs. Redfern at Sanctuary Cove at 10:30.
I will come straight to the point, mademoiselle. You were a student at Miss Potter's School for Young Ladies in Brixham, were you not?
I was. I'm not anymore, though.
Millie Parsons was a classmate of yours?
Hey, remember that classmate of yours that was murdered?
A close friend?
Nah, not really. We knew her, my friends and I, to speak to. She seemed a harmless sort. Rather sweet, actually.
Why did you leave school?
Monsieur Poirot, I like you. But I'm not sure you have the right to ask me that question.
Did you know an instructor named Gideon Fell?
Yes, we had him for anthropology.
I thought he was a math teacher.
He was a poor teacher?
He was all right, I guess. I am very interested in anthropology. That helped, I suppose.
What most interested you in the class?
Superstition. Much of what we call superstition has a basis in fact. Religious practices and so on.
You did not like him?
At first, he seemed all right. He took several of us to the picture show to see a horror film called Curse of the Islands.
The film, it was frightening to you?
A bit, I suppose. But I found it quite interesting, actually. But then he started acting strangely towards some of the girls. He was creepy. Always making comments to girls when he thought no one could hear. Complimenting them on how they looked.
No, that's not...
This interest, it was more than politeness?
Poirot, that's
Was
pretty
he
obvious.
interested in Millie Parsons?
She told me he had followed her once in the woods. He grabbed her wrist. When she tried to break away, he said how much he liked her hair and her frock. She broke away and threatened to tell Miss Porter. She said he looked at her with his face all twisted up.
This sounds so...
Millie told Miss Porter of this incident?
No. One of the other girls had already complained and she did nothing. She accused the girl of trying to make trouble for Mr. Fell because he gave her bad marks.
After Millie's death, you said nothing of Mr. Fell?
I did. The police looked into it. They said he had an alibi. But I knew. My friends and I knew. You don't believe me, do you?
Au contraire, I have known many alibis that seemed unbreakable, only to shatter as easily as glass when the right force was applied.
He did it, Monsieur Poirot. He killed Millie. I have to change into my swimming costume now.
I don't know that he actually
Excuse
did
me.
kill her,
Of
but
course.
he was absolutely
Thank you for
fucking creep and
speaking.
deserves all of the ruining of his reputation.
I say, Poirot, do you think you can break this Fell character's alibi?
If I can, Hastings, Miss Brewster and the police will have their answer. Latched.
Oh, I can listen.
The door is locked.
Where is the thing that lets me listen on doors?
Are you going for a swim?
Of course. It's a beautiful day.
With her?
Don't, for goodness sake, get into the habit of being jealous of every pretty woman we come across.
She's not just any pretty woman. She's different. She's a bad lot. Yes, she is. She'll do you harm, Patrick. Please, give it up. Let's go away from here.
Very interesting.
Christine.
Interesting thing there. Okay.
No.
Well, let's also do a little bit of... Oh, hey. A white sale today. It was red yesterday.
It is quite a...
Curious. Oh, the U-boats are out again. Fucking Nazis at it again. God.
These are the
Oh, okay. Well, that was fascinating. And by fascinating, I mean it was just fine. Let's go out on the balcony and try all the doors again. From the outside this time. Which will yield nothing, probably, but, you know. Thoroughness.
latched.
Be thorough. Oh, because stuff like that happens. We've already went through here. Well, there's nothing in her room. Never mind.
No. Quite secure.
Agatha Christie's trespassing simulator. It's kind of the truth, though.
No.
I mean, trespassing, kleptomania, definitely got Nancy Drew vibes, that's for sure. Nancy Drew, not just the world's greatest teen detective, but also the world's greatest teen kleptomaniac and trespasser and... I don't really know, is there like a specific term for someone who...
No, Hastings, that...
Okay, weird. Is there like a specific term for someone who is a habitual... is constantly breaking and entering, I guess is the word that I want to say. I mean, trespassing kind of works, but it's also just like...
Quite sick.
It's one thing to be like, oh, this door was open, and another thing to be like, I figured out how to open the lock by dusting for fingerprints. Or I disabled the alarm so that I could walk around without being seen or heard. I really wish it would let me look what that is. Nothing new here.
Hastings.
The fine.
These codes aren't standard.
Well, I know she's a German spy, but I can't do anything about it now, I guess. Let's go back this way. Nope. Let's go this way then. Nobody in the bar? Nobody in the bar. Alright. Dining room. In the dining room? Nobody in the dining room. Alright, outside it is. Okay. Apparently it's a beautiful day. Oh, shoot. Everybody's outside. Nobody's inside. Except for Stephen Lane, who can go die in a fire. Holy fire. Ah. Because he thinks women are the source of all evil. Well, buddy, I hate to tell you, but the women you're talking about were murdered? Pretty sure that is not, that's not how that works. Wow, there's just like nobody out here. This is thrilling. Where's the murder? I want the murder. Don't know. Don't know. Alright. Even though I know exactly where those probably go to and from.
What are you?
He still won't climb the ladder, so we can't even go down there, even though that would be great. Wow, there is no one here. The murder victim was Jesus. In the third day. I mean, this game only goes for 2 days, so it's very possible that in that third day...
Monsieur Poirot?
Good morning, Madame Marshall. I regret I have not yet found the writer of those notes.
I wouldn't worry myself if I were you. In fact, I'd like you to forget about them.
You have learned the identity of the author?
Yes. And if there's any further bother, I will deal with it myself. Is that clear?
That could be dangerous. An argument will not assist us, Hastings. Better to comply.
She's gonna die anyway.
As you ask. That is a scent most charming that you wear.
Thank you. You're very kind. It's an expensive indulgence, especially for the beach. But I like it so.
You are going for the swim?
No, no. I wanted to use a float.
Use this one with my compliments.
You won't be using it?
No. I am certain of that.
Do something for me, will you?
Anything. Hastings, do not become smitten with this woman. She is charming, yes, but it will cloud your ability to investigate.
Excuse you, Poirot. I will play my character however I want to. All right, the DM is leading me here.
Don't tell anyone where I am. Everyone will follow me about, so I just want for once to be alone.
I like how floats back then were basically just boards of wood.
She wants to be alone? I don't believe that for a minute.
Very good, Hastings. You read her character well. I
Wow.
concur.
Poirot looks so
She is
angry
the
in this.
rendezvous, I think. But with whom?
Morning, Poirot. Seen my wife anywhere about?
Has Madame risen so early?
Well, she's not in her room. Lovely day. Think I'll have a bathe right away. Got a lot of typing to do this morning.
Morning, Marshal.
Wow, he just walked right away.
You look for Madame Redfern?
Christine is off sketching somewhere.
I'm not done searching, though. I want to... Ah! Monsieur North.
It's that North chap again.
What course of action do you suggest, Hastings?
Follow the fellow.
And if he again decides to wade across the causeway?
He does so alone.
Indeed.
Okay.
Ask Mrs. Redfern to make a sketch of him.
An excellent idea, my friend.
Ah, there we go.
Can send a picture to Scotland Yard for identification.
Yeah, but we have to find her. Where is she sketching? Question mark. Mark. Trying to avoid where I know the murder takes place. But I don't want to trigger the murder part. Where is she? Wo ist she? That's not actually how you say any of that. Tell me where. August 25th, morning. Boop-a-doop. Sitting room of the hotel. Okay. Okay. People move.
Monsieur
A
Poirot,
novel concept in this
thank you
game.
again for the sketch pad.
It is my pleasure, madame.
I intend to make good use of it today.
What will you sketch today?
I'm meeting Linda at Sanctuary Cove at 10:30. While she swims, I will sketch her Gillimores for her.
You are kind to take an interest in her.
She's having a rough time of it, I'm afraid.
I believe you are correct. A friend now will be of great help, I think. Madame, do you have the time to make this small sketch for Poirot?
Why? I'd be delighted to.
There we go.
It's the least I can do.
There is a man at the landing of the sea tractor. Do you think you could make the portrait of him?
I don't see why not. I've a little time
I
before
don't
Linda
see why
already.
not.
And madame, if you could contrive to do so without his knowledge?
Oh, I must say it's rather exciting having a detective on holiday.
The best way to get bored middle-class English people from the mid-20th century on your side. Give them something half
Monsieur Poirot,
exciting
any
to
luck
do.
with finding my typewriter?
Oui, mademoiselle. This is it, is it not?
Yes, indeed. Wherever did you find it?
I would rather not say at present.
You are being most mysterious.
It is my nature to be mysterious, I am afraid.
Well, I'm happy to have it back. Thank you. Please let me know if there is any way I can repay you.
I will? Where are you off to, may I ask?
The Ledgers to read my book. It's a rather good thriller by Graham Greene. Do you know his work?
Graham
Bien,
Greene.
he is an excellent writer.
Then I've a tennis date with Ken, Mr. Marshall, Mrs. Redfern, and Mr. Gardner at 12. I'll just put this typewriter in my room, then I'm off.
Enjoy your day, mademoiselle.
And you, Monsieur Poirot. And thanks again.
What have we...
Hmm. I don't know if I should talk to him. Alright. I'll, continue. Toward Sanctuary Cove, then, I guess. Not. Oh, wait.
An older ladder that has collapsed? I wonder if anyone was climbing it at the time.
Okay.
What?
Which one is Sanctuary Cove? Oh, that's the one over here. Oh. Maybe go across the sea tractor thingy? Perhaps? Well, actually, what didn't somebody say they were gonna go swimming?
Hastings?
Nope. Alright. Guess not. Never mind. Moving on.
Hello? Need the sea tractor, do you?
Yes, please?
Okay.
On my way.
Let's head out.
Mr. Poirot, I wanted to thank you for helping to clear up the misunderstanding between Gladys and me. How she could think I'd ever be interested in that schoolgirl is beyond me. I can't help it if some foolish child decides on her own to start hanging about the garage. I know it sounds silly, but I think she was only doing it because she wanted to pinch my shovel.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. But okay. You can believe that as much as you'd like, sweetie. I won't need anything in here. It's just a bunch of tools that I can't take.
The village
Please
is
stop.
practically abandoned.
Alright, silence my computer. Oops, wait a minute.
May I help you, sir?
No, merci.
Alright, nothing new in here. Maybe we can get the cat to run away? Try this.
Morning, Poirot.
Major, you are here already?
I've already worked with the dog. He'll do as I say. Are you ready?
Proceed, Major.
Stand at attention, Baskerville. Heel.
It's a miracle, that is.
That's a very well animated dog. To be fair, the people aren't perfect either, so I guess.
Sit. Easy as anything to train a dog. You just know how to talk to them.
Your skill is extraordinary, Major. Now I will open the door. Command him to enter, and we will let nature take its course.
Hear that unit of a cat.
Enter Baskerville. Baskerville, enter the shop. He won't budge, Poirot. Can't say what the trouble is. Have you any way to lure him inside?
Hastings, you will need to find something to lure Baskerville into this shop.
Poirot walks with a great whoa, whoa. Alright, this town ain't big enough for the two full-on 1800s Wild West moment Be excellent. Something to lure the dog.
Hello, Mr. Poirot. Not like you to look so out of sorts. Mr. Bagby, where would you look for Tom Cutter's treasure? If it's there, my
To be
guess
fair,
would be Cutter's
Cowboys is
cave.
not quite Poirot style in
Tried
this
for
adventure.
centuries to
His
find that
thing is
treasure
turning
with
into a
nothing to show
pirate,
for
so...
Foolish to try if you ask me. Good day to you, Mr. Bagby. If you'd like a game of darts, just ask.
Can I get a game of darts and take some darts? Or is that not a thing?
A corned beef sandwich and well past its prime by the smell of it.
I mean, if it smells...
A regular...
Fancy a I will try my luck.
So is he going to do
picked
any
you
better
for a
today?
I don't have...
I wish this was a minigame that I could actually use. No, 20, 15, and 16, 18 lines? Not sure. 16, 8. Always runs 220.
That is exactly as Poirot was thinking, Hastings.
This is not exactly moon logic, but definitely, like, weird. And the joke is the cat chases the dog, right? Because the cat is, again, a unit. What is
You'd
with
think he'd learn
these?
not to come round here anymore.
That was a weird... Okay, whatever. Well, let's... No.
Voila, Madame Hughes. The case of the missing post is solved.
Why, do you mean to say my dear little Chloe knocked those letters back there by accident?
Mm-hmm, accident.
The cat pushed them there to have the room for the catnap is fact. Whether it was an accident, it is not for Poirot to say.
Oh, Mr. Poirot, how can I ever thank you?
I don't
It
really
is
know
my
how it
pleasure
can,
to
right?
assist
The
you, madame.
wedge
However, there is a kindness
letters
you can
down
do
there.
Poirot in return.
What is it?
Choose wisely, Hastings.
Yeah.
I could make good use of your testing equipment. Excellent, Hastings. You are sharpening the detective instincts.
I'm not sure. You are a detective.
Mm-hmm.
Colonel Weston will vouch for me.
Ah, well then. Of course you can. I'm happy to be of service,
There we
I'm
go.
sure.
Merci, madame. You do that great service for Poirot.
Excellent. Let's fuss with these. Okay, well. Hey, what the? Best friend. Drugs. Let me go to drugs. 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 Alright, I guess we can't actually do anything with that yet. Moving on, I guess. Whatever's next. Wait a minute, what's this? Oh. Oh. Okay. Nope. Just this guy.
Hello, Poirot. Enjoying your holidays?
I will let you be the judge of that, my friend. I have several things to discuss with you.
Carry on.
Mrs. Marshall has been receiving threatening messages.
Alright, time to recap.
Devil, you say? From whom?
That is yet unclear. I would like to compare them to the type on your machine.
You think I've been sending them?
I must try every possibility, my friend, however remote.
Poirot has
Be
really
my
long
guest.
fingers. Like, he just has really long fingers.
There, you see his
There it
names.
is.
The E, the M, and the H. This is the typewriter used to write the threatening notes beyond any doubt.
Interesting.
There is no doubt. The notes were typed on this machine.
But that's impossible.
No one visits you here?
Well, of course. Many people do. In addition to my regular police duties, there's the home guard, the evacuation. Hang on.
You have thought of something?
I'd hate for it to be true. That girl at the hotel. She popped in with all sorts of questions about the evacuation. I think she wanted to be told the hotel was being closed. I expect the order any day now, by the way.
Was it Linda Marshall?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Yeah.
Bit nasty, that. Writing threatening messages to her own stepmother.
But not
Very nasty
surprising.
indeed. Especially since she apparently also stole Mademoiselle Darnley's typewriter and hid it in Christine Redfern's room to incriminate her. Well done, Hastings. I see the little grey cells are hard at work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're not done talking.
Is Mrs. Castle a member of the Home Guard?
Yes, she volunteered, although she hasn't been of much use.
Why do you say that?
The sightings of U-boats don't match what my other watchers are reporting. I'm not sure she's truly watching at all.
Because she's a
I'm afraid it is worse than
Nazi.
that. She has a German radio,
There it
a
is.
code book, and a signal lantern in her safe.
Whoop, whoop.
God, a fifth columnist here in Leathercombe Bay. I'll have her arrested immediately.
Please do not as yet. If you watch her, she may lead you to her associates.
Ah, you're right. I'll have her followed if she leaves the island.
There you
Excellent.
go.
What can you tell me of Alice Corrigan's murder case?
Nasty bit of work.
Nasty
Husband
bit
had
of
a
work.
motive, but an unbreakable alibi as well. Not my district, but I have some notes at my office.
I would be
Could you obtain
obliged
for
if
me
you
the
could bring them
summary
to
of
me.
the report?
I'll have it sent over from Kingsbridge this afternoon.
Excellent.
Did the report on the Millie Parsons case arrive?
Yes, here it is. I was in London through most of it, in Home Guard and evacuation meetings. I hope to have a look at it again once things quiet
So
down.
he just was like, here it is, putting it away.
Merci. I will read
okay, there we
as I
go.
make my notes. Hastings, look over these notes of the alibi of the teacher Gideon Fell. Tell me what you see.
Alright, what do we got? Victim Millie Parsons, 15, a student at Miss Porter's school for young ladies, reported missing by headmistress Miss Eugenie Porter. 10 p.m. Friday the 12th, April 1940. Victim attended a ballet class at the North Brixham Conservatoire from 8 to 8:45. When questioned, Emily Brewster, a ballet instructor at the school, reported that the Parsons girls set off back to the school as usual after class, a walk of some 15 minutes. Miss Brewster immediately volunteered to join in the search for the missing girl. Body of Millie Parsons was discovered along in Olmsted Copse, 12:15 a.m., 13th April 1940. Autopsy performed 9 a.m., 13th April 1940. Cause of death, manual strangulation. Time of death between 8:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m., 12th of April 1940. Okay, so she could have been... Interesting, okay. Visits to surrounding farms yielded no witnesses. School staff questioned. Anthropology instructor Gideon Fell exhibited a high degree of anxiety during initial questioning. Fell reported he took supper at the Line in Brixham from 7 to 7:40, 12th of April. Witnesses confirmed this. From 8 to 10, Fell had been at a picture show near the restaurant alone. A horror film, Curse of the Islands, was playing. There was a ticket stub in Fell's possession for the 8 p.m. showing, and Fell was able to give an accurate account of the story. Except that we know that he already watched it with other people. Okay. Bell returned to the school on foot at 11, a walk of approximately 1 hour. He was speaking to Miss Porter when news of the girl's body being found was reported. While Fell's agitation then and while being questioned seemed suspicious, his alibi at present is quite sound. Investigation ongoing. He walked back to the school.
Something about the film? Fell was alone there for 2 hours.
What is the most important fact concerning that film and Fell's alibi?
The subject matter. I bet it was voodoo.
Most certainly it was. But we had already begun to suspect this is a
Yes,
subject he taught in
he's
his
watched the
anthropology
movie
class.
before. No? Okay, fine.
The title.
Curse of the Islands?
Linda Marshall told us Fell took her
There it is,
and
okay.
some friends to see it.
And this tells you?
He knew the story already.
Thank you, thank you,
And the
thank you.
theater ticket
Okay.
he had in his possession for the 12th of April?
He bought the ticket, but he never went in.
Ba, ba,
You
ba.
have it, my friend. Well done.
No alibi at all.
Colonel?
Yes?
The Millie Parsons affair. This alibi of the teacher, Gideon Fell. It does not hold the liquid.
Oh, it does not hold water.
It does not hold its water.
Oh?
There are witnesses. Girls at their school that will tell you that Monsieur Fell took them to see Curse of the Islands before that night.
You don't say.
Fell, he leaves the restaurant at 7:40. He buys the ticket at the theater nearby, a matter of a few moments only. Then he walks to the corpse. He is there shortly before 15 minutes to 9, the time Millie Parsons' ballet class it is finished. He waits. The girl arrives. The murder, it is done. He walks back to the movie theater in time to see
Mic drop.
the end there on the screen.
Except it's
By
10, but that's
Jove,
okay.
Poirot, you're astounding.
I had the information you lacked, my friend. That is all.
I need to write up a report on this at once.
I'm not done with you.
Sorry, Poirot.
Oh, I thought I was done with you. I thought I was not done with you. Never mind. I was. Alright, well.
Morning, sir. I was just off to do an errand. Say, you don't happen to know anything about motor cars, do you?
About motor
Yes,
cars? Oh,
I
fuck.
do.
I do?
Hastings, what is this you make me say? I know nothing of motor cars.
Hey, my character,
do,
DM.
Poirot.
My character.
Let's see what he's on about.
Roll your
What
mechanic
would you like
check.
to know?
Major Barry's car needs its points cleaned. He wants it as soon as possible, but I have to test the motor on the C-Tractor. It's been a bit dodgy lately. I wouldn't want to strand anyone on the island. I'd be in your debt if you could help me out.
The young scoundrel asks such a thing of the world's greatest detective?
Hang on, Poirot. It wouldn't hurt to have a bright lad like Jenks on our side.
Bright? I wouldn't call him
see
bright.
your points
He's
on the car of
nice,
Major
but
Barry?
bright.
And the motor cars? They are filthy.
Nonsense. You'd think you'd never heard of soap. I've never cleaned points myself, but all we need are some instructions. The current issue of Motor Enthusiast magazine has an exceptionally clear article on the subject.
Which we happen to have, because it happened to be in Poirot's story, even though this apparently isn't... Alright, where's this? Well, we'll take this opportunity to take some
Something pricked me.
tools.
It's a sliver of metal. Must be magnetic.
Interesting. A magnetic sliver of metal. Just random.
Can't say I see much point in hanging on to a magnetic sliver of metal.
As you say, Hastings, you'll never know.
We never know. Huh. File, screwdriver, a spatula. Alright, well. I have to remove the distributor cap, which is... I'm gonna save. let me just have a moment here. Is that the distributor cap? No, that was the distributor cap. Fuck. See, I already messed up. Nope. 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 There we go. Examine ignition system. One contact point is attached to the base plate. One contact point is attached to the pivot end of the pivot arm. With the base plate?
It appears to be stuck that way. It appears...
Okay. Attached to the base plate.
It appears to be... It appears to... It appears to be...
What am I supposed to do here? Goal point.
Your instincts are well honed, mon ami.
Okay. No.
No.
Will Poirot just tell me no if I get it wrong?
No.
Alright, sure.
I cannot...
I have no idea what I'm doing here. I have no clue at all.
The puzzle, it is one piece closer to completion. It appears to be... It appears to...
Oh, screwdriver. Okay, wait, no, I get this. Okay. I'm just having a time.
Without error?
Well done, old man.
That was it?
There is not enough soap in all of Devon to restore my hands.
Okay. That seemed way harder than it actually ended up being, which is not impossible.
The cast... It isn't... In the inter...
Morning,
Okay.
sir. Got the tractor motor purring like a kitten. Any luck with Major Barry's automobile?
Why, yes. Against all expectation, I have cleaned the tips with much success.
Beg your pardon?
Points, old man.
And the points as well.
Smashing. Much obliged, sir. Like a ride to the island?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Let's be off then. I expect you've heard about our ghost, the smuggler Tom Cutter. He used to bring in his goods to the cove on Seadrift Island they now call Cutter's Cove. And he was regular at the pub on the island. That's where he met his end, they say, hung by agents of the Crown. There'll be those who say he was shot or drowned. But my old gaffer knew the story, and he swore they strung old Tom up from the hotel side.
N20, E15, N19. Poirot, they could be a map. The number of paces north, east, then north again.
And the starting point?
Albert Bagby at the Monk's Hood Inn told you that Tom Carter would spend hours on the island side. It
Oh,
was
ready
his
to go find some
favourite
treasure?
spot on the island.
It's pirate time.
And we found Gardner poking about up there as well. I'll bet he's come to the same conclusion I have. This is a map to Tom Cutter's treasure.
Let's go find some treasure. Yo ho, pirate's life. Alright.
North 20, east 19, then north 15. Let's see where we end up, shall we?
1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20. Eh bien. Now east. 1, 2, 3, 4,
That was more like a slight turn.
10, 11, 12,
Oh, is it really that weird
3 more steps will
depression?
put me in the center of the... What did you call it?
The ad service court. Poirot, something is buried there. That's why the ground keeps settling. Dig! Dig!
Against my better judgment?
I'm sure the hotel's gonna love this.
A treasure chest.
Probably not, actually. Yep.
Oh, that's...
Yes, Hastings, we've uncovered the spot where the monks, they dumped their old brandy casks. Congratulations.
I was so sure.
I suggest another visit to Monsieur Bagby, if you insist on pursuing this.
Alright.
Good idea, old fellow. First you'd better finish filling in the hole and raking the tennis court.
Womp womp. Alright, well I guess we're going back downtown.
Hello?
Yes, please.
On me way.
Is he gonna
This
say
sea
something
tractor
interesting
is a
or?
rare contraption, isn't it? When the Smuggler's Rest was first built,
I'm just
1932, I think it was.
skip through some of
They
this
had the tractor built.
because I really don't care.
Did you not say the key to finding the treasure was to start on the island summit? Hastings, we are not here for the treasure hunt.
Well, that's what most believe, eh? What of it?
The directions I
The
discovered
directions
led
we
to where
discovered.
the
Wait.
tennis court is now.
Don't tell me you dug up Mrs. Castle's tennis court.
Yes, very amusing. Have you any idea where we could have gone wrong?
Well, let me see. Oh, rot.
Oh, Rot, why do you say this?
Well, if you started at the current high point on the island, you would easily go astray.
The current high point?
Yes, you misunderstood me.
I? Poirot? He does not misunderstand.
But you have. Let me explain. That hill is the highest point on the island now. But of course it wasn't back in Tom Cutter's
I don't
day.
think that's called misunderstanding.
long
That's
before
called you
the
not giving
hotel,
me all the
remember?
information,
They
sweetie.
leveled the land around there when they built it.
I did
The
everything
highest
right.
point used to be... let me see. You know that grassy path out from the main entrance a ways? The one that leads to the bathing beach? Well, that used to be much higher. That's where old Tom used to sit and watch. You really did dig up the tennis court?
Your dog? He has not returned?
No, and I'm a bit put out with you and Major Barry. Did you stick that mad cat of Mrs. Hughes on him?
Well, it was not the outcome I intended, I assure you.
Yes, well, I'd ask you to leave well enough alone in future, Mr. Poirot. I told you Baskerville needed no training.
Good day to you, Monsieur Bagby.
Yeah, if you'd like a game of darts,
Just ask. I'm good. You can't seem to help me with the game of darts, do what I want to do, so... Alright, I gotta go take the sea tractor.
Like a
Yes, please.
Let's be off. I expect you've heard about our...
Yeah,
That's
see, he's literally just saying... He's repeating now. Grassy path that leads to the bathing beach.
North 20, east 19, then north 15. Let's see where we
Alright,
end up.
treasure part 2. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Hastings, here too is the depression in the ground, remember?
Dig, Poirot, dig!
Dig, 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 dig. Do it.
Luckily for you, Poirot is an expert gardener. You have seen
Why does
my
he keep
vegetable marrows.
moving? Aha.
There! You've hit something!
Here's something interesting.
Tom Cutter's treasure is
3 gold dots. Congratulations.
And a box that clips through the ground.
at least they're gold. Oh, better fill in the hole, Poirot.
I mean, this
Wouldn't
is
do
still a
if
pretty
anyone
significant
injured
archaeological
themselves.
find. I mean, now, however, the highest someone can hit.
As you yourself would say, well
There we
played,
go.
Hastings. You have correctly deduced that Tom Cutter's Ton 80 was the key to unlocking their secret door.
Thanks, old man.
Let's not go that way first. Hold on. I want to try and get that sketch from Christine Redfern first.
Beach is certainly empty this morning.
I believe Captain Marshall will be swimming shortly.
Everyone else off on excursions, I expect. Major Barry wanted to go into Knightsbridge if his car was fixed.
The Major? He has business in Kingsbridge?
Oh, he was complaining of the lack of privacy when using the phone in Leathercombe Bay post office. I can't imagine what he has to be so secretive about. Can you, Oakley?
No, darling.
You do not take the excursion?
I was saying to Mr. Gardner only this morning, we simply must make an excursion to Dartmoor. It's quite near and the associations are all so romantic, aren't they,
Aren't they, Oakley?
Yes, darling. I've always wanted to visit the Dartmoor prison.
Sure.
You do not knit the ledges this morning?
No, Miss Darnley was there before us and didn't seem to be in the mood for chatting. So we came here. Didn't want to disturb her, did we, Oakley?
No, darling.
The motor car, it is repaired.
Oh? Isn't that splendid, Oakley?
Yes, darling.
Oakley, I don't believe I've got that second shade of purple wool. It's in the second drawer of the bureau in our bedroom, or it might be the third.
Yes, darling.
Good morning, Mr. Redfern.
I don't see anything good about it.
Goodness, he's in a mood.
Don't want to follow up with that yet. Don't want to do that yet. I don't want to hit the murder yet because we have stuff to do.
Madame Redfern.
Oh, Monsieur Poirot, I have the sketch you asked me for.
Merci, madame.
I'm afraid I need...
Let her enjoy the...
Alright, we've got the sketch of the man named North.
Hello? Need the seat?
Yes, please.
On
Send
the
that
way.
on to Scotland Yard.
I expect you've heard. That's where he met his end.
Could you send a sketch to Scotland Yard for identification?
Be glad to. I've seen the fellow about. You think he's up to no good?
I do.
I'll try to have an answer for you this afternoon.
Merci. That will do for now.
Okay, what's next?
Like
Excuse
a
me.
ride to the island?
Like a ride to the island?
Yes, please.
Let's be off then. There's not so much to do in Leathercombe Bay now that the evacuation's over. Most places are closed up except the chemists. Mrs. Hughes has to stay because she's the post office too. And lending library if it comes to that. But it's the post that must be seen too. Now that the Smuggler's End is closed, the only pub...
Oh,
is
now
the
I feel like an
Monks
idiot.
Court.
I gotta go back.
Yes, please.
On me way. The home guard.
I feel like an idiot. Take this and then go drugs. There we go. Apparently we don't have to actually do anything. It's just going to do it for us.
The tablets of Monsieur Lane are most certainly trying her.
Anything else to test? No? Probably not. No? Alright. Not. That's it. At least now I know how to use it.
Like a...
Yes, please.
Let's be off. It's not so... But it...
Alright, secret passage.
Voila! The ghost of Tom Cutter becomes someone wearing a coat covered with luminescent paint.
Ooh.
May know my friend Hastings? I could blunder about in...
But what about the... Okay.
May know my...
I know exactly where we are.
Footprints?
One man? May know my...
Then follow the footprints!
The footprints of...
Fine. Is there anything special to find in there? I thought... Oh, that was it. Okay, yeah, no. That was it. Alright. Okay. We should be able to get murder now, right? I think so.
Hastings?
No, he's not here. Wait. Ah, wait.
There is no need...
Nope, alright, we're ignoring her. And now I'm confused. Must be missing somebody? Somewhere? I've done all of this. Unless maybe there's more that I have to do with the lab equipment. Or should I test at the chemist shop? Okay. Oh! There's plenty of stuff that I need to do here. Okay. But nothing that really is important? But we'll do it anyway. Back into town.
Hello?
And he's
Yes,
just
please.
taking the sea tractor back and forth.
If you're looking for... Although...
I really don't care. I really don't care, buddy. Alright. Apparently, you have to check the chicken feathers to see whether it is or is not blood. Everything turns blue.
The blood found at the monastery ruins? It is from the chicken.
Okay, moving on. Back to the island.
Like a ride?
Yes, please.
Like a ride to the
Let's
island?
be off then. This sea tractor...
Still don't care, still don't care. We haven't gone down here. Aha.
Mademoiselle Brewster. You have had a pleasant morning?
Good morning, Mr. Poirot. Well, I was, until somebody chucked something at me from the balcony up there.
Mademoiselle, I have looked into Millie's murder.
And?
I believe I have found the one responsible for her death.
Who was it?
Colonel Weston is having his men follow up on certain facts I placed before him. While I cannot tell you with absolute certainty, nevertheless, the indications are very strong that the one they will question is our man. Every instinct tells me he is the man, and I promise you, he will be brought to justice.
Strong claims.
Mr. Poirot, I can't tell you how much this means to me.
She was a good friend to you, young Millie.
Yes, she was. She was an innocent. Mr. Poirot, I can't bear it when the innocent suffer.
You have the good heart, mademoiselle. I am happy I was able to assist you. Something was thrown at you?
I was having my usual morning swim at about 10:30, when all of a sudden, whoosh, something hit the water very near my head.
You do not know what it was, the projectile?
No, I would have swum down for it. But the water's pretty deep here, and my ears won't take the pressure. If you'll excuse me, it's time for my row. The exercise will do me good.
Interesting. Alright, moving on. Ah.
The door is locked.
Yeah, everybody's pressed again, as usual.
Perhaps we should listen a bit closer, Hastings.
Listen like this. Bam.
That is not...
Yes, it is going to help. Shut up. Do it.
I say, Poirot, he seems to be typing up quite a storm.
And cut. Perfect. We did it.
Hello. Somebody's having a bath. Leaving it rather late in the morning, weren't they?
Interesting.
You have done well, Hastings. Perhaps a misstep or two here or there.
A
But
misstep?
overall, I give
Excuse
you
you, I did it perfectly.
Thanks, Poirot. Very decent of you.
But now, your mettle will be tested. Recall where each suspect was last seen. I have marked their positions on the map here. As you probe their alibis, we will update the map so that perhaps you can see who had the most opportunity to kill Madame Musher. And do not neglect the inhabitants.
He is very stuck up. This is true. He won't admit that I was doing well.
I'll be thorough, old man. You can count on me.
Excellent. And of course, if you find yourself unable to progress, we will consult the magic of the finger of suspicion.
Magic my eye. But at any rate, it's time now for a fifth clue to its secret.
The clue is magnet.
Magnet. At last, a clue that suggests something useful.
I am glad the clue it pleases you. I shall place it next to the finger of suspicion. Use it as you will. When you are ready, my friend, we
Use
will
it as
return
you
to
will.
Sea Drift
All
Island.
right.
It is now late morning.
Hello? Hello? What's this? Anyway, moving on.
The time it is precisely 11:40 when the rowboat with Patrick Redfern at the oars and Emily Brewster in the bow rounds the headland into Cutter's Cove.
Hello? Who's that?
It looks like Mrs. Marshall.
So it does.
We don't want to land here, do we?
Oh, plenty of time.
That's odd. Why is Mrs. Marshall lying in the shade?
She's in the shade? Alright.
Hello, Elena?
Throwing shade. The cliff's throwing shade. Island throwing shade. Ooh, the shade of it all. The UV rays of it all. Sunburn. Girl, you got sunburned. Right, nope.
Mademoiselle Brewster senses something. The body, the way it lies. There is something unnatural in the angle of the outspread arms.
Elena?
Monsieur Redfern too, he hesitates, and then...
Yeah, she's fucking dead, dude.
No. Elena! No!
What the fuck was that?
She's dead! Oh god, she's been strangled! Elena!
Fucking Maria!
As yet unaware of the tragedy.
Oh wait, no. What's the one that I'm thinking of? Oh my god, no. It's the Stella! Stella! Streetcar. Okay, so what do I just like? Wait.
Power, lamp, desk. I can turn this lamp on and off, but it seems to have no effect on the finger of suspicion. There's more to it than that.
The line it is out of service, Hastings. There is electricity, but a disconnection it exists somewhere. I am assured by my landlord that it will be functioning again in the morning.
I just want to know whether I should bother going into everybody's thing. Wait a minute. Why is this? Oh. Okay, just walk around? Sure. Alright, just walk around. Well, walking around, generally, at least my idea.
Quite
Poirot's room. Well, no one seems to be allowing me to open their door, so... Get into her room again, but there's still nothing to do.
the door.
Oh, this is my room. Okay, nothing to do. Moving on.
It is quite... These are the An interesting idea, that? These are the
Okay, thank you.
These are the
Nope, nothing. Alright, keep going. Nope. Okay.
Oh, Monsieur Poirot. I'm sorry, my nerves.
Madame,
You
has
Nazi.
something happened?
Don't you know? The police have been here for an hour at least.
The police?
In Cutter's Cove. It's Mrs. Marshall. She's been murdered. Please. Please excuse me.
I'm curious if there's anything new in the safe.
It opened.
Nope. Okay, never mind. Moving on.
Oh, sir. Sir, it's terrible.
She walks away. Is there more to talk about with her? Not next to the cart. Alright. No. Alright. Nope. Nothing here. Okay. Outside we go.
Do not disturb him, Hastings. We may be able to take advantage of his absence from the beach.
Alright. I don't know what advantage we can take from his absence at the beach. Oh, let's go this way first. Come on. Nothing here.
Please, not now, Monsieur Poirot. My wife is too distraught to speak.
Wow, she's too distraught to speak? That's a new one. Yeah, we have her in here to look at. Alright, whatever.
Mr. Poirot, there you are.
Mademoiselle, what has occurred?
It's Mrs. Marshall. Mr. Redfern and I found her in Cutter's Cove. She's been strangled.
Mademoiselle, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Au revoir, madame.
Can you row me to Cutter's Cove? We'll take care of that in a minute. First, we'll finish being incredibly thorough and going all the way around the island to see if anyone is around.
What?
Okay. Nothing new. Still can't go through here. Nothing new here either. Alright, in that case, let's go to the scene of the murder. Finally, time for murder. It's been such a long part of this game so far.
To Cutter's Cove?
Mr. Poirot, after your efforts to find Millie's killer, I'll row you any time you like. You need only ask me. Climb in.
And here we go. I like how they reused the music from Murder on the Orient Express here.
Oh, Poirot, at last. Listen, you know how strapped I am right now with the evacuation, the home guard, and now fifth columnist. If you could leave the investigation, I would be in your debt.
I will help in any way I can, my friend.
Thank you. You just missed Dr. Neaston, the coroner. My men have done a cursory search of the cove. We'll be back shortly to collect the remains and with equipment to do a better job.
Who called you?
George Strum, bathing beach attendant, showed up on my doorstep. Miss Brewster sent him. As luck would have it, Neaston was with me, so we came right over.
What could Dr. Neaston tell you about the time of death?
He put the time of the murder at somewhere between 11:15 and 12:20, just before Redfern and Miss Brewster showed up.
The cause of death was strangulation?
Oh yes, no doubt about that. The handprints are very clear on the neck. Neaston may be able to tell us more after the autopsy, but it's pretty clear a very strong pair of hands did that to her. That's all I have for now. Poirot, I hate to drop this thing in your lap like this.
Do not concern yourself, my friend.
Look around all you like. Make sure everyone knows you speak with my authority. Do a background check on everyone on the island. I should have a report for you at the police station later this afternoon.
Thank you, Colonel. This is certainly significant. Elena's coffee flask.
You aren't going to look at her face, are you?
The investigator of murder cannot be squeamish.
Do it. Do it.
Still, if you assure me of the facts, there isn't any real need, is there?
As you wish. I state categorically that Mrs. Marshall was strangled to death by a very powerful pair of hands. Mrs. Marshall was... This is...
What do we got?
Hello, something was dumped here. What does it smell like, Poirot?
Coffee.
I really can't talk.
What? Oh, Poirot.
May I put to you some questions, Monsieur Redfern? How did you and Mademoiselle Brewster come to be rowing together?
I asked Miss Brewster if I could join her.
Why did you do that? Monsieur Redfern, there is no longer the luxury of playing the little games.
Spill it, bitch.
It's time for truth.
Spill it.
Elena and I were accustomed to swimming together each morning. When I didn't see her on the beach, I went looking for her. She wasn't up at the hotel. I saw Miss Brewster getting the rowboat ready. That's when I got the idea that if we rowed around the island...
God, he's literally like a wounded puppy. He just keeps coming back. God.
What time did you arrive here?
Sometime before 12. I don't know exactly.
Tell me what you thought when you saw Mrs. Marshall.
Well, I was put out of the Mustang. I couldn't understand why she hadn't met me. I couldn't understand it at all. I rowed for the beach. I wanted to find out what she was doing.
What happened after they both beached?
I called out to her, but she didn't answer. She just lay there. I went over to her. There was something strange. She was so still. I knelt beside her, touched her hand, then her arm. She didn't react at all. Then I lifted her hand. My God, her face. It was dark, mottled, and those marks. Handprints on her neck.
Steady.
I'm sorry. She was so beautiful. How could anyone spoil that?
Who went for help?
Miss Brewster. I had this idea. I wanted to protect Elena. It's stupid, I know. She was beyond anyone's protection. I sat near her, but couldn't take that anymore. Came over here and waited until the police arrived.
Is there anything you saw or thought that might help us?
I'm sorry. Let me think.
Take your time.
There was one thing. I heard a noise while I was still over near Elena.
What was it?
A clatter on the rocks near the ladder. Something falling. Not a rock, though. Something light.
I may have more questions for you later. An older ladder that has collapsed? Wonder if anyone was climbing it at the time. Poirot.
Going over here is like, gimme. Interesting again.
Piece of green fabric. The same color as Arlena Marshall's hat.
Very interesting indeed.
A smashed bottle with a bit of fluid left in it.
And the fluid has the distinctive odor of an expensive perfume.
That mud looks like it was placed there deliberately. And there's something shiny underneath. That mud looks...
Spatula, maybe?
I said,
Ah.
a six-sided metal receptacle hidden by the mud. The mud must have been applied fairly recently, and the metal looks shiny, almost new. And that shape, it reminds me of something. It's like the receptacle for a winch handle you find on the mast of some sailboats to winch the sail up and down.
A sailboat, you say? Who would we know that rides around the island on a sailboat all the time? What's all this, then?
Give me a few...
This is... I would like to put to you the questions, if I may.
Of course.
How did you and Monsieur Redfern come to be rowing together?
After you saw me at Rocky Bar, I changed and was about to set out on my morning row when Mr. Redfern asked if he could join me.
What time did you arrive here?
We arrived on the beach at 11:45. We must have come in sight of the cove 5 minutes before that.
Tell me what you thought when you saw Mrs. Marshall.
Nothing at first. I assumed she was sunning herself.
And then?
Well, the first thing I noticed was she was lying as if she was sunbathing. But she was in the shade of the cliffs. Then, when Mr. Redfern called out and she didn't answer, that felt odd too. Once we were out of the boat, I could tell there was something unnatural in the way she was lying. Her arms.
What time was this?
He wanted to row right round the island, so I checked my watch. It was not quite 11:30.
Did Monsieur Redfern often accompany you?
No, this was the first time. If you ask me, he was looking for Mrs. Marshall. He volunteered to take the oars first.
There's an odd hesitation of like, oh,
What
well.
happened after the boat beached?
Mr. Redfern and I approached Mrs. Marshall. I could see he thought the situation wasn't right as well. He knelt beside her, touched her hand, then her arm, then he started to lift her hat. He saw her face and cried out.
Who went for help?
I did. We both knew someone had to. I'm not the kind of woman who'd ever admit to feeling fear, but I was secretly thankful when Mr.
I fear
Redfern
nothing.
offered to stay with the body.
Except for
I
death.
understand perfectly, mademoiselle. You must have reproached yourself. Is there anything you saw or thought that might help us?
No, I don't believe so. Yes, there is something. She was strangled, just like Millie and the other woman, Alice Corrigan. 3 women strangled in South Devon within a few months of one another. Can that be just coincidence?
Anything is possible, mademoiselle. But I will agree the coincidence in this case seems highly unlikely. I may have more questions for you later.
Of course.
I realized I forgot to do something.
I'll just snip a piece of the fabric from the hat.
Alright.
Can you roll me back?
Of course.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I must speak with you.
Sir, Colonel Weston says I should answer any questions you might have.
Yes, you
Murder?
absolutely should.
It is indeed. What can you tell me about the murder?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I had to go rake that tennis court again this morning. I was there from 10:30 until several of the guests turned up to play around 12. Can you believe somebody had been digging it up?
Yeah.
That is terrible. I am sorry you were put to so much trouble.
I know somebody
that's all
did
right.
dig it up,
It's not as if
didn't
you
they?
did it.
This is a washout. He knows nothing.
He can still be useful, Hastings. See if you can find out how. I saw Tom Cutter's ghost last night.
You did? Now folk will believe me. They thought it was just the liquid carriage making me see things.
Now, is this useful, may I ask?
Well, I thought.
Do you know anything of Millie Parsons or Alice Corrigan?
The women what were killed a few months ago. It were in the papers, but nothing else, I swear.
He has been here passing out the floats, not murdering women, Hastings.
Alright.
You told me you will be the Navy frogman soon.
Yes, sir. I hope this murder doesn't hold things up.
You can swim deep as well as fast?
I should hope so.
Mademoiselle Brewster tells me something was
There we
thrown
go.
into the rocky bed.
That's how we get him to do a thing.
Do you think you could swim down and find it?
I suppose I could under ordinary circumstances, but this murder has right unmanned me. If I had something that would brace me up, that might do it. Liquid carriage, if you catch my meaning.
Hastings, Hastings, Hastings! Have you learned nothing from Poirot? At least now we know the service George can perform for us. We lack only the means to enlist his aid. Oh, merci, Monsieur George. I will speak with you again.
You know where to find me, sir.
Alright, well, let's go see if the guy at the bar will do the thing.
Afternoon, Mr. Poirot. Terrible thing, this murder. I hope you
He
get to
looks
the
like
bottom
Hugh
of it.
Laurie.
Need a little stimulation to help you think? Choose from the menu if you like.
I say, some tasty concoctions here, Poirot.
Sorry, sir. All out of dark rum and grenadine, I'm afraid. Blame George. It's his favorite drink.
Allow me the contribution.
Dark rum. I can certainly use this. Thank you, sir.
I say, some tasty concoctions here, Poirot.
Sorry, sir. All out of...
Allow me the contribution.
Cough syrup? I can't serve cough syrup to my customers.
I say, some tasty concoctions here, Poirot.
Pomegranate juice in there, which is what we need for... How do I... take the label off? No. How do I take the label off? How do I take the label off? Oh, okay. Not about the label, it's about the trash can.
It appears to be an empty bottle of the grenadine.
Totally. This feels kind of wrong. Alright, well, we got a bottle of grenadine that we can now contribute.
Afternoon.
I say.
Sorry, sir. All out of...
Allow me the...
Grenadine. I can't imagine where you found it.
A
Thank
grand
you, sir.
panini.
This will do nicely. You can now make Planter's Punch again.
Is that what that is? It's just a very large panini press. Take the lid and you just
There
go.
you go.
Messy.
Sounds like a John Cage piece. I had to digitize water music the other day. It was hilarious to just read any of it.
A planter's punch. This will do nicely. Thank you, sir.
Now go dive for me, bitch. Come on, go.
That certainly restored my nerves wonderfully. Now then, you had a bit of diving you wanted me to do.
One of the professors that I do reserves work for in the library needed the score to John Cage's Water Music.
But I'll have another go.
In order to do some of the teaching for her course. And so I had to digitize it, is what it is. I'll scan it, basically. Had someone else do it for me, to be honest, but... Now, what is this?
This it, sir. Just a small glass bottle.
Alright, let's go talk to the Scottish couple. And by Scottish, I mean only one of them is.
May I have a word with you?
Colonel Weston told us to cooperate with you, Mr. Poirot, and of course we will, in any way we can. But this has been a very bad shock to me, and Mr. Gardner's always very, very careful of my health. Isn't that so, Oakley?
Yes, darling. Mrs. Gardner is very sensitive.
I appreciate you speaking with me. You spent the morning here, overlooking the beach?
Yes, we did. And not the slightest idea in our minds of what was happening just around the corner in that little cove.
And you were here the entire time?
Yes, both of us. From nearly 10:25, until Oakley went to play tennis at 12. Isn't that right, Oakley?
Well, not exactly. I did run off to fetch your purple wool, if you'll remember. That was around 11 by the hotel clock. It took quite a few minutes to find it, I'm afraid. 15 minutes, possibly 20.
No more than 10 minutes, surely. I barely missed you.
Methinks she protests too much, Poirot. What is she
What
frightened
is
of?
she frightened of?
It is a question we must learn the answer to, my friend. Did you see Madame Marshall at all today?
Setting up a math problem. If I go get the purple wool at 11 o'clock, and it takes 25 minutes,
Comes looking for her, and then that good-looking young man, Mr. Redfern.
when will the train to Abingdon Station
Why
arrive?
must he go running after that woman when he has that nice, pretty wife, all of his own, didn't I, Oakley?
Yes, darling.
She can babble all she likes, but I heard that hesitation, Poirot.
Did you notice anything that might have a bearing upon the case?
Why, no, I don't think so. Just that she was always around with young Redfern. Anyone can tell you that.
Did her husband mind, do you think?
Captain Marshall is a very reserved man.
That is all the questions I have for the moment.
We're devastated. We know nothing that could help. Aren't we, Oakley?
Yes, darling.
Yes, darling. Aren't we, Oakley? Oakley. Well, let's see if anyone's down this way. No, shut up. No one's down. Oh, there's Linda.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. I'm sorry. I know I should have stayed at the hotel, but I had to get away.
It is of no matter, mademoiselle. I knew I should find you here. May I ask the questions?
Yes.
Can you tell me how you spent the morning?
After breakfast, I came here to Sanctuary Cove with Christine, Mrs. Redfern.
Yeah, she's got quite the accent. Monsieur.
When was that?
We started off from my room just before
Each
the
one
half
of these
hour.
characters has like a
10:25.
different ridiculous accent.
What did you do when you got here?
I swam, then sunbathed, while Christine sketched the gully moors. Then later I went back in for a bathe, and Christine went back to the hotel to get changed for tennis.
Did you like your stepmother, mademoiselle?
Oh yes, Arlena was kind to me.
That sounds like a lie.
Did your father and your
Especially
stepmother
since we knew
ever
that you
quarrel?
wrote
Oh
those
no, Father doesn't
those
quarrel with people.
threatening
It's not
letters.
like that at all.
Have you any idea who might have wanted to kill your stepmother?
Well, I hate to say it, but Mrs. Redfern might want to. Her husband was in love with Arlena after all. Not that I think she would really want to kill her. I mean, she'd just feel that she wished she was dead. Monsieur Poirot, that isn't the same thing at all, is it?
No, it is not at all the same. What time was it that Mrs. Redfern left you?
12:45.
Are you sure of that time?
Oh, yes. She asked me. She didn't want to miss her tennis game. I looked at my watch. It was 11:45. It keeps very good time. I know I can't show you now. I left it in my room when I changed after bathing.
When did you return to the hotel?
Just about 1 o'clock. And then I heard about Arlena.
You filled a prescription for your stepmother today?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Just a while ago. Trinol.
And where is the Trinol now?
I put it in her room. There are evil people in the world. They need to be punished. But Mrs. Redfern isn't evil. I don't want her to get into trouble. She loves her husband, that's all. Don't you think?
Yeah,
She
no,
loves him very
it's
much. Oui,
they're
mademoiselle.
just seabirds
here,
of some
Poirot.
kind.
There are quite a few more
I've
things
never
we should
seen
be
one,
asking her.
I don't think.
She clearly wasn't telling the truth about her feelings for Arlena, or about her father and Arlena never fighting.
Hastings, that is a very troubled child. I think it would be very unwise to press her.
She's already pressed, don't press her anymore.
There is still more we need to discover about the events at Miss Potter's school for the young ladies.
Moving on, moving on now. Nothing here. Now, up here? Oh.
Quite. No. Mademoiselle?
Mr. Poirot, you gave me such a start. I'm all nerves.
Is all well, mademoiselle?
What were you doing in your bath yesterday? It was such a mess. It took forever to clean it up.
It is a little hard to explain that...
Well, never you mind. I took care of it. It's my job.
How are things between you and Monsieur Willjinks?
Mr. Poirot, the Marshall girl told me that there is nothing between her and my will. Everything's patched up.
I am so glad.
She also told me that you had a hand in clearing up that mystery. If you need a helping hand in this horrible murder
Helping
case,
hand,
you just let me
like
know.
opening up the
Don't think me rude, sir.
the doors? I want you to open all the doors for me. Just let me into everybody's room.
The door.
Alright, well, if none of these let me in, then none of them will let me in.
May I put to you some questions, mademoiselle?
Of course, I'll do anything I can to help.
Yes. So it was another Guillemot that had gotten some oil on it, and he cleaned it up with Linda, the young girl that we just met.
I had breakfast shortly after 9, say 10 past. Then I collected my book, spoke with you in the lobby briefly, and went to read at the ledgers. That must have been about 25 past 10. I came back to the hotel about 10 minutes to 12, got my tennis racket and played until about 1.
From about 10:30 until 20 minutes of 12, you were at the ledges and never left there during that time?
Not entirely. At about 11, I went back to my room to fetch my sun hat. I saw Kenneth Marshall typing in his room.
They did not use Dawn,
The
no.
hall, perhaps? Or the balcony?
They did not.
The hall.
Though it was the same principle.
His door was slightly ajar.
Loosen the oil with mineral oil and then
Did you
add
see Madame
detergent.
Marshall this morning?
No.
You did not see her as she paddled her float round to Cutter's Cove?
No, she must have gone before I got there.
Did you see anyone at all on a float or in a boat?
At the ledgers?
Possibly Mr. Blatt. At least I think it was his boat. It had a white sail, though.
You didn't see Monsieur Redfern and Mademoiselle Brewster when they rode past?
No, I don't think I did. You see, I was reading, only glancing up occasionally.
Did anyone pass you on the path?
I was on the lower ledge. Unless someone had called out to me, I doubt I would have noticed them.
You were, I think, acquainted with Captain Marshall?
He is an old family friend.
I did not see anyone on a float or on a boat. I did not see anyone.
It must be nearly 12.
Were the Marshalls on good terms with one another?
On perfectly good terms, I should say.
Monsieur Marshall, he was very devoted to his wife?
Ken, Mr. Marshall is rather old-fashioned. He hasn't got the modern habit of shouting matrimonial woes upon the housetop.
Did you like Madame Marshall?
No.
Why was that?
No.
She was bored to death with women and showed it. On the other hand, men were a very different story.
Do you think her husband was aware of her interests in that line?
I think that he accepted his wife quite frankly for what she was. He had no illusions about her, but I could be wrong.
Do you know of anyone with a grudge against Madame Marshall?
Only wives, but since she was strangled, I presume that it was a man who killed her.
Mademoiselle, may I ask a favor of you?
You found my typewriter, Monsieur Poirot. I am in your debt.
What would you have me ask, Hastings? Could you compare some pieces of fabric for me?
She is a fashion
I
designer.
would be happy to. Fabric is something I know quite a bit about.
Merci. The perfect favor
Yeah,
to
women
us.
aren't strong enough to
You are
strangle.
learning to exercise
Never.
the little gray cells with great skill. It would seem the obvious request.
This cut piece is fine silk. From a lady's hat, I would say. The torn bit is rayon, inexpertly dyed.
Many thanks, mademoiselle. I thank you for your cooperation.
You were right, Monsieur Poirot, weren't you?
Madame?
You asked me to have patience, and now Arlena has been removed from the picture.
Oh, don't start putting it on
The
me.
manner of her removal is not something to celebrate, I think.
Oh, I'm not celebrating, I'm not that callous. But I do know that eventually that door will open, and it will be my husband standing there.
If you could give me an account of your movements this morning?
Of course. Let me see. On my way down to breakfast, I stopped in to see Linda Marshall and fixed up with her to go to Sanctuary Cove. That was about 9:40. After breakfast, I saw you in the lobby. I sketched that man for you at about 10:20.
Again, my thanks.
Then Linda and I set out for Sanctuary Cove.
What time was that?
I think it was just on 10:30.
What did you do at Sanctuary Cove?
I made some sketches of the birds, while Linda swam and sunbathed. Have you seen them walk, Monsieur Poirot? Quite reminded me.
Ha! We will not dwell upon the birds, madame, if you don't mind.
As you wish.
What time did you leave?
At 11:45. I was playing tennis at 12 with Miss Darnley, Mr. Marshall and Mr. Gardner.
How did you know the time?
Linda had a watch. I asked her.
I see. And then?
I packed up my sketching things and went back to the hotel.
What was Mademoiselle Linda doing when you left the beach?
Oh, Linda went into the sea again.
Did Linda Marshall actually enter the sea before you left the beach?
Yes. Oh, yes, she ran down the beach. I heard her splashing in the waves as I climbed the path.
What happened after you went
These
back to the
sound a
hotel?
little too
I
descriptive.
changed into my tennis things and went to the tennis court where I met the others. We played 2 sets and were just going in when the news came about Mrs. Marshall.
How did you feel when you learned of Madame Marshall?
It was a horrible thing to happen.
Yes, but you were so very surprised?
I think I see what you mean. No. I was not perhaps surprised. Shocked, yes. But she was the kind of woman.
She was the kind of woman to whom such a thing might happen. Yes, madame. That is the truest and most
You know,
significant
the
thing that
gets
has been
murdered
said
type.
to Poirot today.
Sure.
Please leave.
Alright. Oh. No luck. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. How would I know if I am the gets murdered type? It would be nice to know that ahead of time, wouldn't it? This is like a BuzzFeed quiz.
Hello? Need this?
Yes, please?
On me way.
On my way.
I have a theory about the murder. What if it wasn't murder at all? Suicide. I know what you're thinking. I know it's difficult to commit suicide by self-strangulation. But what if Miss Stewart was choking on something like a chunk of apple or something?
10 reasons you're going to get murdered. I was thinking like a BuzzFeed quiz that tells you what type of person you are in the murder mystery. Wait, I don't want to... Wait, no, I do want to talk to you. You are the mechanical guy. You know mechanical
Hello
things
again,
like...
Mr. Poirot. How can I help you?
I have a few matters to discuss only. What can you tell me of hotel guest movements this morning?
Well, let's see. Mr. Lane came across on the sea tractor fairly early this morning, about 8, I'd say, and set off on foot across the moor. He hasn't come back yet. Major Barry picked up his car, thanks again for repairing it, and drove off to Kingsbridge just before 10. Say, 10 minutes of... Major Black came in from sailing not too long ago, and...
Mechanic is very specific.
I've seen no one else except the police and Dr. Needston coming and going.
There's
The rest went
a...
back to the police station, I think.
a secret thing
Do you know Mr.
that I
Knott?
need.
The day tripper gent with the binoculars?
That is he.
Haven't seen him today at all, but he has no trouble wading across the causeway on his own.
He has been visiting Seadrift Island often?
Every now and again over the past few months. Anything else I can help you with, Mr. Poirot? You did a bang-up job on that motor of Major Barry's.
Do you have the handle of the
There it
winch
is.
used for the raising and
There it
lowering
is.
of the sails?
No, but I can probably track one down for you. Come back later this afternoon.
Alright, he's off on it. Okay. No. Anything else? That's it? I think that's it.
The substance
The
contained in the
secret
smashed bottle
show.
found in Cutter's Cove? It is perfume?
Well, I figured that, but the secret show, I've never heard of that before.
I am sorry, mon ami.
That not... Oh.
The substance in Elena's coffee? It is Trianol, a powerful sedative.
Interesting. We know at least one person who has Trianol. And then Linda filled a prescription for Trianol earlier.
The bottle thrown from the balcony? It contained artificial suntan.
Artificial suntan.
What can I do for you, Mr. Poirot?
You have heard of the terrible tragedy?
The murder of that wonderful actress, Mrs. Marshall? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I really definitely
have
do
been
not
asked
think
to
I ever
investigate.
actually watched
Well,
it.
I'm sure you'll clear it up as fast as you found my missing post.
Merci, madame. Did you see any of the hotel guests this morning?
Yes. Major Barry came in around 9:30. He wanted to use the phone. Then he declared it wasn't private enough for his needs and said he'd drive into Kingsbridge instead. What do you suppose was so private he couldn't call from here? It's not as if I'm one to gossip.
Of course not. Did you see anyone
Sure.
else?
Yes. That young stepdaughter of Mrs. Marshall's came in to refill a prescription for her.
What was the prescription?
A sedative. Trianol.
When was Mademoiselle Marshall here?
Why, it was only a little while ago. Right before I heard the news of the murder.
Hold on. Elena was well dead by that time.
Indeed. She had no more need of the sedatives. Thank you, Madame Hughes. That is all my questions.
Well, now I almost want to find it and watch it. I have been meaning to watch Totally Spies again, though, because I just want to.
Have you any dark rum?
Nary a drop, I'm afraid. With trade being as slow as it is, there's not much sense in restocking. I'm not in the mood.
Alright, fine. Never mind.
Poirot, any indications yet in Elena Marshall's murder?
Indications, yes. But there is still work to be done, Colonel.
Of course,
I
How
love
can I help?
Totally Spies. I loved it so much. Oh my god.
Mrs. Castle is very nervous. She may attempt the escape.
We're ready to follow if she does.
Has the body been moved from Cutter's Cove?
Yes. Dr. Neasden is performing the autopsy right now in Kingsbridge.
Did your men uncover anything new from the murder scene?
No, nothing, I'm afraid.
Have you an answer from Scotland Yard on the sketch?
Yes, goes by the name of John North. Here's the report.
There we
I
go.
will copy the important points into my notebook.
Nasty bit of goods there. Hate to hear he's in my district.
Have you the report on the Alice Corrigan case?
Here you are. As I said, it wasn't my district. Chief Constable in charge did all he could. Eventually turned it over to Scotland Yard. They have a couple of men on it, I believe.
Merci beaucoup. I will make the notes of my own.
Husband's alibi looks unbreakable, and there are no other real suspects.
Do you have the background checks on the suspects?
Not yet, I'm afraid.
Good day, monsieur.
Alright, let's take a look at these notes. We already looked at those. Corrigan case file. Victim Alice Corrigan, 32, resident of Tottens. Victim's body was discovered by a young woman hiker, Elizabeth Stride, in a small wooded area approximately a half-mile south of Totnes train station at 11:15 a.m. on 28th of May, 1940. It was later determined that she had been strangled with a pair of powerful hands, and the coroner's jury returned a verdict of murder by person or persons unknown. Stride, a school teacher from Bath, was able to set the time of the discovery by the St. Bartholomew's Church bell marking the quarter hour. Quarter hour? Why the hell would it mark a quarter hour? Victim's husband, Edward Corrigan, informed police that he expected to be met by his wife when he arrived on the 11:30 from London. He often crossed through the woods on her way from the cottage into town. Corrigan had a possible motive. He inherited close to £5,000 on the death of his wife. Corrigan's alibi, however, is ironclad. He was definitely placed by both a conductor, Peter Michaels, there we go. Peter Michaels, conductor Pierre Michel from Murder on the Orient Express, just saying. And another passenger, Arthur Gable, member of the town council, on board the train at the time of the murder. Train arrived in Totnes as scheduled, 11:30. Due to similarities between this crime and the murder in Brixham, 15-year-old schoolgirl Millie Parsons on 13th of April. Attempt to find the link between the two victims was made without success. Date: no arrests have been made. There are no serious suspects. Code book notes. Currently reported to be working for one of London's top drug rings as a trafficker and distributor. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I was absolutely unashamed of my love of Totally Spies. Everybody thought it was the weirdest thing.
Like a
It's definitely, yeah.
Yes,
Well, I was angry that other people kind of made fun of me for that kind of a thing, but like, yeah, definitely one of those things where like, let people enjoy things. Just let them enjoy things.
Just as they say in all the papers. Colonel Weston has the Home Guard on the alert.
All right.
Madame Castle.
Mr. Poirot, Colonel Weston has informed me that I am to give you my full cooperation. He suggested that I allow you access to whatever you need in the hotel, no matter how private.
I hope that does not distress you unduly, madame.
Well, my duty to the owners, but I have little choice. Here is the master key. This will unlock any door in the hotel.
Merci, madame.
Danke, madame.
Can you account for your movements between a
That
quarter to
absolutely
11
threw her
and
1000% off her game by just being like,
Well, from 10 o'clock till
Vielen Dank.
quarter to 11, I was seeing to it the staff were all performing their duties. Then that the dining room was cleared and made ready for luncheon. That was until noon. It was a very ordinary morning, until...
Quite so. Did you notice any of the guests behaving unusually?
Let me think. Mr. Redfern seemed agitated, underfoot, asking if anyone had seen Mrs. Marshall.
What time was this?
Between 10 and 10:30, I would say.
Tell me about the sandwiches and flasks of coffee prepared for the guests this morning.
Mr. Lane asked for sandwiches and coffee. He was planning on hiking, I believe. Mrs. Marshall asked for coffee only. Those were the only requests this morning.
How early are they put out on the table in the dining room?
Directly after breakfast. No later than 9:30. I wonder if you would excuse me. This has quite unsettled me, I'm afraid.
Of course, madame.
She's rattled
I
by more than
haven't
the
got a
murder.
pot of glue. Oh,
You
she's
are correct,
definitely
Hastings.
rattled.
The idea that I would have access to anything here in the hotel obviously includes the contents of her safe.
Think she'll do a bunk?
If she makes the... what was it you said?
Think she'll try to sneak away?
Oh, yes indeed. It is good that Colonel Weston is prepared to have her followed.
Because she's a Nazi.
You presume... that is not...
Ah, you just open it. Okay. What have we here?
This may be important. I'll keep it in my notebook.
What is it? Oh. Well, that didn't really tell me anything other than that Millie really did like her.
Interesting. I'll put it in my
That's
notebook.
Hastings' voice. So this is what's happening in the current moment. Poirot is sitting here. We are playing as Hastings while Poirot is basically DMing us in the past. Anton Chekhov's Three Sisters. Oh, I've been in Anton Chekhov's Three Sisters. It
Believe me
is
when I tell you, Hastings, there was nothing
a
of
fun
interest in those
time.
drawers.
I was the saddest character. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, they don't. Okay. They don't. No, I'm an idiot. Hold on. What? Whoa. Okay. There we go. Stay tuned for Danger puzzle. Yeah, the thing is, Stay Tuned for Danger came out like 8 years before this. Hmm. Uh, not tell you how much I... There we go. Looked forward to playing Irina. Oh, she was going to play Irina, no less. Okay. I like, yeah, the feeling when you wrote your note into precise squares. In your production of Anton Chekhov. Marvelous play Three Sisters. Hmm. It's not very well ripped, though, here. Hmm. Magnificent seduction equal okay, it's definitely there. Okay. No, that was right. That's definitely there. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Or unforeseen. That doesn't seem right. Hmm. There we go. Unfortunately, a personal emergency has arisen. There we go. That forces me to travel immediately to the United States and must remain there during the months we planned in rehearsals, so I must... Nope. Must withdraw from your production. You need to work with one of another at some future time. There we go.
Further study.
Whew.
I will keep it in my notebook.
Cannot tell you how much I looked forward to playing Arena in your production of Anton Chekhov's marvelous Three Sisters. I'm sure your little theater would have mounted a magnificent production equal to a play of that stature. Unfortunately, a personal emergency has arisen that forces me to travel immediately to the United States and to remain there during the months we planned to be in rehearsal, so I must withdraw from your production. I'm devastated to disappoint you with that, but really, I must see this personal matter. I'm sure you will forgive me. I hope we will have an opportunity to work with one another at some future time. Personal emergency starring an American film. Magically not ripped anymore. Excellent. Well, that's all there. Alright, Monsieur Blatt. What have you got here?
They are blackout curtains, although at the moment they are not drawn.
This room belongs to Mr. Blatt.
Ah, beautiful and without clutter. Ah. Well, would you look at that?
What are we looking at?
I say, what caused that oily spot?
He gets out her sketch pad for the curtains. Oh yeah. I loved Amelia Delia.
More precisely.
Take a sample then. Why don't we take a sample? Oh.
That will do quite well.
Okay, we can just put it on a spatula. That's perfectly fine. Alright. Back outside. We don't need to search my own room. See from the line. First, the last time we were in the former priest's room.
Not so unlike
Revelation. Thou sufferest. If I remember correctly.
We already looked in here and we already
must
found
take me at my word.
the...
Although I am sure.
Major Montague Barry, who we've already been here. What? Oh. We've already seen pretty much all that's there. Yeah, nothing new. That's my room. Shit. Oh. Into the Redferns room. Here we go.
A rather touching photograph.
Aw, cute. They're married.
There is no...
We know this.
Mrs. Redfern's sketching supplies.
They don't have a bathroom? They don't have a bathroom. Alright. Moving on. Nothing to do here.
That's a rather nasty looking stick pin.
Alright, I guess we'll just take that.
I'd certainly like to see what Miss Marshall has stashed in there.
Ooh.
Then the combination to their box. It must be found. Trial and error will not open it.
Indeed.
Linda's watch. It agrees with yours exactly, Poirot.
Therefore they watch. It is correct to the second.
More green fabric. From the ashes, it looks like quite a bit was burned here.
Interesting. Burnt hair. Interesting indeed.
Forgive the intrusion, Captain Marshall. My condolences. Forgive me, but I must impose upon you.
Yeah, we gotta talk about your wife.
Poirot, I just saw a shadow by the balcony door. I think someone is out there listening.
Ah, well, we will let them listen, I think. Mrs. Marshall was your second wife?
Yes.
You have been married how long?
Just over 2 years.
The marriage? It was a happy one?
Certainly.
Certainly.
Have you any idea who might have killed your wife?
None whatever.
Had she any enemies?
He sounds completely unbothered by this.
I say.
Oh? Don't misunderstand me. Arlena was an actress. She was also a good-looking woman. She aroused a certain amount of jealousy, envy, hatred, malice.
From men as well as women?
Mostly women.
So this is it's not really straightforward. Poirot and Hastings are locked in Poirot's apartment during the Blitz. And so to pass the time, Poirot has decided to recount his 2 days at the seaside resort where someone was murdered and he solved the crime, but doing so in such a way that Hastings has to make all of the movements. Hastings, quote unquote, controls Poirot. It's basically the game company's way of letting you play Poirot without you making Poirot's mistakes. So the mistakes you make are because Hastings is an idiot, not because Poirot is an idiot. Because Poirot can't be an idiot, it's canon.
Was Mrs.
It's
Marshall
very roundabout.
previously
It's
acquainted with anyone in this hotel?
I believe she had met
slightly
Mr. Redfern
more
before, at some
ridiculous
cocktail party.
than just creating a new character like in Murder on the Orient Express,
How
but
did you spend your time this morning?
I breakfasted
it also lets you
downstairs
actually
at
play as Poirot,
10 minutes
so
after 9 o'clock.
some extent.
After that, I went down to the bathing beach where I saw you.
I really
I
do
had a
think
good
of it
bathe.
like
Let me see.
Poirot himself
20 minutes to
in the
11.
current day
I returned here
is
to type some
DMing
I typed
Hastings
until 10
in a
minutes to
game
12.
of like
I
murder
then changed
D&D.
into tennis kit,
Hastings
so I had a date to
is
play
playing
tennis at
Poirot as a
12.
character in that
Who
game.
played the tennis?
Mrs. Redfern?
I mean, it
Miss
is this
Darnley
game, yeah.
and Mr. Gardner.
You would
I
think
went
you
down
would
at
think that
12
would be
o'clock.
enough, but yeah.
Miss Darnley was there.
Then
Mr.
again,
Gardner and Mrs.
the
Redfern arrived a few minutes later.
Arthur Conan Doyle
We
estate
played
is
for about
suing
an
that
hour.
movie
Just as
production
we
company
came
for
into
the
hotel afterwards,
movie about Sherlock Holmes' niece.
When was the last time you saw your wife?
Sister?
9 o'clock. She was in her
Niece?
room opening her letters.
What was her manner? Unusual at all?
No, perfectly normal.
Did she mention at all what were the contents of the letters?
No.
You did not, pardon me, object to your wife's friendship with Monsieur Redfern?
I wasn't in the habit of criticizing my wife's conduct.
You did not protest or object in any way?
Certainly not.
Packet of lies. We overheard them arguing.
Packet of lies.
You will not deny then that Monsieur Redfern admired your wife?
He probably did. Most men did. She was a very beautiful woman.
You were persuaded there was nothing personal in the affair?
I never thought about it.
Rot.
Crushed by an elevator,
Did your wife
explode,
leave a
eaten by a
will?
plant,
You know,
crushed by a
I'm not
rock,
sure.
crushed by a falling piece of
solicitors?
statue.
Barkett and Applegood, Bedford Square. They handled all of her business affairs.
Was she well off?
Well, yes, her career was very successful, as I've told you. I would expect she was worth in the neighborhood of £50,000.
Then you would call your wife a rich woman?
I'll say.
I suppose she was, really. See here, Poirot. Aren't you getting a good way from the essentials of this business? What I believe or don't believe is surely not relevant to the plain fact of murder.
No, they always say
Captain
that.
Masher. There is no such thing as the plain fact of murder. Murder springs 9 times out of 10 out of the character and circumstances of the murdered person. Because the victim was the kind of person he or she was, therefore, was he or she murdered. Until we can comprehend fully and completely exactly what kind of person Arlena Marshall was, we shall not be able to see clearly exactly the kind of person who murdered her.
Was there anything else?
Not at present, thank you.
Feel free to nose around all you like. I need some air.
Well, I was going to nose around whether you were here or not, sweetie, so... Or, I guess the answer is not.
This is...
There's nothing to see here. Not even a trash can. Alright. Just walk right through that couch,
This looks
Poirot.
important. I will keep it in my notebook.
In one sequence, you could fall to your death, get crushed by a boulder, get trapped and suffocate, and explode with a crate of dynamite. Excellent. So, anyway. Darling Arlena, God, I feel blue. I didn't know any man could go on feeling crazy about a woman like I feel about you. Thanks for the check. They won't prosecute now. Oh, it was a near shave, though, and all because I wanted to make big money for you. Can you forgive me? Don't forget me, but you won't, I know. You're mine always. One day I'll prove it to you. One day when you least expect it, there I'll be. Until then, think of me, JN. That's not fucking creepy at all.
I'll just put this in.
Redfern's letters. Just him being like, I love you,
This
I love
room
you.
belongs to the beautiful Arlena Stewart, Marshall.
Alright, which one's the bathroom?
I say,
There we go.
Are we looking for anything in particular in here?
One day when we're alone together.
We are indeed Hastings. We look for that which is not here.
I'd never be caught alone with you.
That's a big help.
I'm forgetting the exact...
Arlena
Looks like ordinary bath salts. Poirot, open the lid.
I cannot, Hastings. The lid, it is screwed on most tightly.
There are red hairs caught in the bristles. No mistaking that color.
That's it, there it is. Mrs. White, no man in his right mind would be alone together with you. Oh. Okay. No luck. Make sure I've done everything here. Yeah. Yeah. No more about that, that's right. Can't do it until later. Okay. Okay, so yep, there's things I missed. Right, I have to go talk to her. Already did all that. It looks like I'm pretty much good to go. Okay, just a couple little mini things. I just need to remember where her room is. Nope.
Could you examine some fabric for me, madame?
Let's see. This burnt fabric is rayon from the same
There it
piece as
is.
the torn fabric you showed me before.
Merci once more, mademoiselle.
Okay. Then I think we're good to go. To the chemist.
Hello? Need the sea tractor, do you?
Alright, what do you got?
Yes, please.
On me way.
On me way.
I run errands for the hotel guests when I can. I'll fetch things from people.
I'm just gonna ignore most of what he says. He's so just useless. Yeah, it's a sea tractor. It's basically just a car that's on stilts. Okay.
Almost there. Hastings, this is important. Would you not agree?
They look very much the same. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I will not. I am sorry, mon ami, but I...
What do you mean? It's the drugs,
I
isn't
am
it?
sorry.
No? Okay.
I am...
No.
I am...
No. I thought it was a bottle filled with...
The liquid in the unmarked bottle from Madame Marshall's bath is the color that made her hair such a striking shade.
Aha, it's hair dye.
The substance on the stick pin, it is candle wax.
Candle wax on the stick pin. Interesting. Oil sample. Red hair dye. She had very bright, vibrant red
The
hair.
substance in Monsieur Blatt's suitcase is the oil for the protecting of a gun from rust, Hastings.
Monsieur Blatt has a secret, doesn't he? Bath salts in the perfume bottle. Did we do something with that? Yeah. Done. 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 Done and done. There are two more things. I wonder why I didn't use them. I wonder what to use these for then. Huh. Oh, wait, I wasn't done. Yep. No, I did everything. Okay, never mind. Alright. Hmm.
I'm afraid.
Alright, let's talk to this guy who is almost certainly up to
Hello,
something.
Poirot. Seems like the old place isn't so dull anymore.
No, it is not. Proceed with care, Hastings. We have need of Monsieur Blatt's assistance.
Righto.
Where were you from 11:15 and 20 of 12 this morning?
Easy. I put out in my yawl about 9, then spent the morning zipping up and down the bay. Just got back a few minutes after 1 and heard the news about the murder. Ghastly business.
Could you see Cutter's Cove from your boat?
Well, yes. I suppose I could have, but I wasn't looking, I'm afraid.
Can you shed any light on the murder?
If I was looking for a suspect, I couldn't rule out that Mrs. Redfern. Jealousy, you know, led to trouble before this.
Yes, unfortunately, Madame Marshall was strangled by someone with powerful hands. That does not suggest Madame Redfern. Hastings, do you therefore rule out all women as suspects?
Yeah, Hastings.
Of course. No woman would have the strength.
Oh, please.
We will speak more of this in a moment.
Poirot goes, hold the fucking phone.
I believe you have lost the life ring buoy from your sailboat?
How did you know that?
I have found it. Your boat is called the Parsimony, is it not?
Why, yes, she is. A little joke of my competitors in the business world.
Hardware, was it? Do not press him, Hastings.
That's right. Listen, that boy's no good to me anymore. It was damaged in a storm. I've been trying to find another without much success. I even tried to beat Bagby at darts for the boy and his war, but I couldn't do it.
Perhaps I will try a game of the darts.
Good luck. He's the best player I've ever seen.
Well, how do I win at darts then?
Please, leave me. Fancy a game?
I will play you for that life ring buoy on your wall.
Oh, very well. But it's worth 10 quid. Is it a bet?
£10 for a boy? That's highway robbery.
Only if he wins, Hastings.
10 quid against the boy. You throw first.
And he throws just as well as usual.
You had it in you.
Oh, but he won!
Well done.
Holy shit, okay. We win a boy! One boy won! Woo! One life boy.
I have obtained the life ring buoy.
So that's mighty nice of you, Poirot. Anything I can do for you in return?
Do you have the compass I might borrow?
Well, I guess I could let you use my compass. Not much use for it sailing around Lethercombe Bay.
Yeah, he won
Mind
just
you,
like that.
return it, though.
No actual minigame. It's fine.
That will do for now, monsieur.
Alright, well, let's go check in with what's-his-face.
I have here the letter.
Lily had a shock.
Signed only J.N. Do you think you could have Scotland Yard ask among her acquaintances in London if they can identify this man?
J.N.? It's not much to go on. Do you have anything else?
This photograph of the red funds was taken by a Jimmy Nash, as you can see from the reverse side.
Yes.
I will ask Monsieur Redfern if he knows Monsieur Nash, but please send it along to Scotland Yard as well. It may help.
Of course.
Did Monsieur Blatt report to you that his boat had been fired upon?
I'll say not. When was this?
That I cannot tell you. He mentions an accident in the storm only.
What storm? We've had fair weather for weeks now.
Then why would he conceal such an attack?
I could bring him in for questioning.
Interesting.
Not just yet.
Not
Please.
quite yet.
Again, I
Let
would advise
me
only to watch his
do
movements
this,
should he leave Seadrift Island.
I'll inform my men.
Good day, monsieur.
Like a ride to the island?
Like a ride to the island?
Let's be off.
Let's be
Gladys and
off.
I have seen several of Miss Stewart's films. It's a tragedy she can't make any more now. You know, it got me thinking.
Yeah, it got me thinking too. You got me thinking you need to stop talking, buddy. Please stop talking.
This is a useful point to measure the time it takes to reach Cutter's Cove, the spot that will be the scene of the murder. From the Smuggler's Inn pub via the tunnel, it is 28 minutes.
Finally, we can actually follow this.
For heaven's sake, it looks like an army has marched through here. Poirot, the invasion.
I think not, Hastings. These are not the footprints of many men, but of one man only, passing here many times.
No way out? You just...
The footprints of...
Roman... This is a useful point to measure. From the monastery ruins to Cutter's Cove via the tunnel, it is 11 minutes. And that, my friend, should be the last timing we need to determine how much time would be needed for any of our suspects to reach Cutter's Cove. Of course, they must also make their way from the scene of the crime as well. No, Hastings.
I promise to speak with you later, but right now, I just need some time alone.
Yeah, but we gotta talk, honey. We gotta talk. I've got some suspicions about you. You gotta come clean.
I can't really talk right now. Maybe later.
Right, you know? I'm alone is just sitting there doing nothing. Remember that being a thing.
Poirot, I would love to...
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do now. Oh, I'm supposed to send telegrams? For what?
Hello?
Yes, please?
And I'm supposed to send some telegrams.
What a lot of police going back and forth. And I brought over Doc...
I want you to stop talking to me. Please stop talking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Alright. That makes sense.
Like a rock.
Yes, please.
Let's be off.
Oh, finished though. I want you to stop talking to me about the theory about the murder you have, because it's wrong. I'm the detective here. Let me do my job.
Don't think me rude, sir, but I can't talk right now.
Right. What am I missing here? I did all of that. I mean, I've definitely done stuff like that before. Was kind of definitely a petty move on my part, I admit. To be fair, what's he gonna do with the extra?
I'm not in the mood to talk.
Couple cents.
Please don't.
Maybe I have to talk to Colonel Weston again? Now, what's more an important question is why your roommate felt the need to
Yes, please.
just round up anyway. It doesn't really affect either of you, really, because I mean it's 4 cents. But at the same time, that's a little bit of just an odd thing to do.
The information you requested should...
Alright. Alright, finger of suspicion time.
All-knowing powers that seek the truth when others cannot, I call upon you. Reveal your power now. Huh?
Okay, that's the only one that seems to be here. Yeah, alright, so I guess I gotta talk to Gladys Narracott the maid. $12 extra cents. 12 extra? 4 extra? Oh, 12 extra because of the... Yep, because of everyone.
Like a ride to...
It's the fee, I guess.
Let's be off then. Is it true, Mrs. Carter?
That is, it's just very odd.
Forgive me, sir, but...
Can't talk right now.
That is... I will... You presume...
What the frick? What am I missing? Oh, I should probably, like, you know... It isn't. It won't let me do this. What? Alright, there must have been something that I missed. Something is wrong because I'm stuck. Did all of this. Are there maybe some documents I didn't read? Maybe I need to look at all these?
Pardon me.
But she still won't talk to me. Hmm. Still not telling me. Like, I can't find anything that tells me what I'm missing. Hey, somebody in this forum is suggesting Nancy Drew games if you like this game. Ha ha. Cool. I'm finding these real old things that I found from the beginning being like
I'll be honest.
Mon ami.
Right.
Nah.
I must say, I'm rather pleased with how things are developing.
Lovely. The only thing it has left for me to do is talk to Gladys Narracott, the chambermaid, which I know. It just won't let me do. Whenever I try to talk to her, she just says I can't talk right now.
Pardon me.
There must be something that I've missed. That's the only thing I can come up with. Okay, wait. Somebody has this. Gladys won't talk to me. Oh my god, I hate this. Oh my god, I hate this. I specifically avoided that because I was trying to be tactful. Oh, okay, fine. Apparently there's no tact in this game. You just need to yell at people until all the options are gone. You don't have choices for dialogue. You just have the order that you pick them in. The choice is the order. The choice is not the dialogue itself.
I have a...
I hate that this is what it is. Because I didn't ask him about the winch, because I know that whatever I say about the winch is going to disturb him and he's going to be upset.
Do you have the winch handle I might borrow?
Winch handle? From my sailboat? Not bloody likely. How would I haul my sails up and down? If you'll excuse me, Poirot, I have some business to attend to. Don't worry, I'll be around the hotel if you need me.
Poirot, do you think a woman could have strangled Arlena?
In 1926 was the first woman to swim the English Channel. I believe she could strangle you with ease, especially if you asked such a nonsensical question.
Point taken.
Then we should put all the women on the island to the test. Somehow.
Very well.
There! Now we can progress. God.
Like a rock.
Yes, please.
Let's be off. What a lot of... And I brought her...
Mademoiselle, there is a favor you could do for Poirot. Would you be willing to help with an experiment?
What kind of experiment?
Oh, would you be so kind as to open the jar for me, please? Ah, I see you mean to prove your theory that no woman would have the strength to strangle Madame Marshall.
Can't do it, sir. It's on there ever so tight.
Would you mind asking one of the ladies at the hotel to open it?
Why a lady? Surely any of the sturdier gents could do it.
Well, Hastings, this is your plan. What do you say to that?
Tell her you have a phobia about other men opening jars for you.
What? Oh, that is absurd. She will think Poirot is a lunatic.
If you won't do it, I win my point. No woman could have throttled Arlena Marshall.
Mademoiselle Gladys, that is to say, I have the tiniest of phobias about other men opening jars for me. As unbelievable as that sounds.
Oh, no, sir. I believe it. Coming from you. I'll give it a go.
Who shall I have tried? Mademoiselle Brewster.
Oh. We're done? Now what? Do I, like... Now what? I literally just have to wait. I'll leave the instance, I'll come back, and we'll... Hopefully she'll be here. He's not here. How much walking around for a while do I have to do? I just want her to be done. There's literally nothing left to do. Just like wait for Gladys to do her thing. Excuse me. Let's do a lap around the island, I guess. There she is. Okay, cool.
There you are, sir. I thought you'd forgotten about me. When you didn't return, I decided I would test every woman in the hotel for you, just to be sure. I hope I didn't take too much on myself.
Thank you very much, Mademoiselle Gladys. What did you find?
I gave it to every woman on the island to try, and not one of them could budge it. That is, until I gave it to Miss Brewster. She popped it right open. Gosh, she's strong.
Merci beaucoup, mademoiselle. You have done an excellent job.
And I have done an excellent job finishing.
It is yours. Take it as well with the sincere thanks of Hercule Poirot.
Phobias must be a heavy burden to bear.
Finally. Hastings, we progress most satisfactorily. The course now is to identify and to remove the red herrings that obscure our true path. Where have our investigations taken us? I will remind you of those moments I consider the most important. You, of course, must decide which pertain to the murder of Elena Stewart, which are additional crimes that, while they may have no bearing on the murder, must still be solved, and what we still must learn before all questions are answered and the guilty unmasked. Are you ready, mon ami?
As ready as I'll ever be, I suppose. But could I have my sixth clue to the secret of the finger of suspicion first?
But of course. The sixth clue is telephone.
Telephone. Let's see what we have so far then. Power, lamp, desk.
Phobias of men opening jars.
Magnet.
Very, very debilitating.
Now, telephone. Thank you, Poirot. I'm ready to hear what you consider important about what we've learned so far.
First, what are the mysteries we are trying to unravel?
The murder of Arlena Marshall.
Of primary importance. We will explore the possible suspects presently, but let us take a moment for motive. What are your thoughts on the reason Arlena Marshall was murdered?
I don't think it's love or jealousy. I think... Doesn't seem like it's money, though. Revenge?
Arlena made enemies because of her beauty, her success, her fondness for men. And not all of her enemies were women.
The murder of Millie Parsons.
We now know enough of the circumstances in the crime to point towards a killer with motive and opportunity. The anthropology instructor, Gideon Fell. And unless Mr. Fell is on Seadrift Island or in Leathercombe Bay in disguise, he is not a suspect in Arlena Marshall's murder.
Yet there were several persons who either intimately or peripherally involved in the case on Seadrift Island.
True. and 2 points remain to be cleared up. Can you name them?
Was Gideon Fell the man you mentioned in your story of voodoo?
The one who awakens in the night in the greatest of fear? Yes, it was he.
Because of voodoo?
Is it so hard to accept? If you accept that he himself believed in the power of voodoo?
Is Linda Marshall involved in voodoo?
The signs seem to point in that direction, I am afraid. Once we hear from Miss Porter and learn what Mademoiselle Marshall hides in her puzzle box, we will have our final answers, I think.
The murder of Alice Corrigan.
We know little of the details of this case. Only that the husband was implicated and cleared due to the unbreakable alibi. And this crime was committed near Brixham as well. It may yet prove to be connected to the Millie Parsons case.
I thought the police proved that Fell couldn't have been the killer.
There may be another connection, Hastings. Do not rule it out.
Bullets and Mr. Blatt.
Yes, Monsieur Blatt is shot at, but fails to mention the fact. Shot at by whom?
A German U-boat?
Possibly. If it were the authorities, I am sure Colonel Weston would have been informed. Yet he did not find the incident of sufficient interest to tell anyone. He even makes up the transparent lie of storm damage. Why?
The activities of fifth columnists.
Yes, it seems clear that Mrs. Castle watches, but not in the name of England.
Voodoo on Seadrift Island.
Yes, and we have the indications it is being practiced here, and by young Mrs. Marshall.
Well, young Miss Marshall, but that's okay.
The ghost of
and
Tom
also,
Cutter.
again, we're having the whole voodoo
the
thing,
ghost
which
is not the ghost.
Definitely
Do
culturally
you have
sensitive.
any theories as to who the ghost
Very well
might
handled.
Be?
Horace Blatt.
Ah, you too are suspicious of that blustery Monsieur Blatt. He certainly bears watching, that one.
The birdwatcher, Mr. North.
Yes, the report from Scotland Yard, which I hope you have read. It tells us he is the smuggler. But of what? Is he allied with the Fifth Communists? Or someone else? Yes, all of these mysteries still bedevil us to greater or lesser degree. Now I will list the characters in our little drama. Do you believe that we can eliminate anyone from any of the mysteries we pursue?
Yeah, all of these.
All of the above.
Excellent.
All of the above,
With
as
one
if all of
stroke,
them are listed
you
above
clear
me.
the stage of the, how you call them, the players of the bits. Now we can focus on the true suspects. Now let us turn our attention to the more likely suspects. Which is your choice as murderer?
Well, my push at the moment is actually for Patrick Redfern. Something about his obsession seems off.
Patrick Redfern.
Again, an obsession that Elena Marshall has decided to end? Their lover spurned? Yet where is the opportunity? His movements are witnessed by many, including myself, until he set off in the rowboat with Mademoiselle Brewster.
Oh, he's not gonna let me. Okay. Not a choice. There's one and only thing here.
Kenneth Marshall.
The jealous husband? Even the cool customer like Captain Marshall may have the fires that burn deep inside.
He does look tired, doesn't he?
Yes, the background check of Scotland Yard should reveal if he has the reverses in business.
Okay, we're just... Do I need to go through every single person here? Stephen Lane wasn't there. Oakley Gardner.
Horace Blatt.
Sure.
It is true the man has secrets. He would also have had the opportunity to slip quietly ashore at Cutter's Cove and depart in his sailboat during the time of the murder.
Linda Marshall.
Again, empathy? To protect him from the woman who makes him
Okay,
look
apparently
cuckold
we're just
in
gonna
the
go through
eyes
every
of all their
single
well.
person and see how
Already she is attracted by the unhealthy interests.
they're all
Already she knows
possibly.
the violence that can strike without warning.
This is so confusing.
Yet she would seem to have the unimpeachable alibi thanks to Madame Redfern.
Christine Redfern.
So we'll just click on all of
face
them.
of it, the most likely suspect? The jealousy for her is the most immediate and intense. Yet she too would seem to have the unimpeachable alibi, according to Mademoiselle Marshall.
Stephen Lane.
A man so consumed by his zealotry, he has lost his position as a minister of God? The religious fanatic is indeed a man who could be driven to take it upon himself to personally destroy the evil he sees.
Oakley Gardner.
The likable Mr. Gardner, who takes so long to find the knitting wool and who was ruined by Arlena Marshall?
Carrie Gardner.
Another who is hiding something? Would she strike down the woman who ruined her husband's business?
Rosamond Darnley.
The murder of empathy, to protect the man she truly loves. She is a strong woman who has succeeded in the business world. It is possible she would be capable of such an act.
Hilary Castle. Arlena could have figured out that she was betraying her country.
Self-preservation. I did not see among her many attractive qualities any indication that Mrs. Marshall possessed the instincts of a detective. Still, it is a possibility.
Emily Brewster.
The athletic Mademoiselle Brewster is a woman strong enough to strangle another, as your experiment proved? And we have not determined a sufficient alibi for her, I think. And yet, she is another like Monsieur Blatt, par example, who apparently has no motive for the crime at all.
Major Barry.
For Major Barry, a man who has lived through the violence of war, an obsession rebuffed by Madame Marshall, may indeed have turned to more violence. Voila, there we have it then. Barring new evidence against any of those we have eliminated, there are 12 suspects. Some would seem to have no motive, others no opportunity. But at this stage, we must keep our minds open to all possibilities. You agree?
Absolutely.
Then when you are ready, we will return to Seadrift Island. It is late in the afternoon. In only hours, the truth will reveal itself and a killer will face the ultimate court.
I mean, yeah, no, it's definitely, it's like a trope that I remember having seen across a lot of older mystery stuff, being like, women are too frail and weak and whatnot to actually strangle a person. Women's weapon is poison.
Say, attempt to do their bump? It would be wise to make sure she does not destroy the evidence against her.
Time for a raid on the safe.
Precisement.
Alright, let's go catch a Nazi.
I think now would be an excellent time to remove the contents of their safe. This is neither but a signal lantern. It is missing. Why?
Alright, what do we got for, okay. Check the post office for response to the telegrams. Let me just make sure before I leave this place. Yeah, I gotta wander around. All right, let's wander. Wait, what was that eye thing?
Poirot approves.
Symmetry, okay. Isn't that kind of great, though? My mother absolutely used to do that for me all the time. It would just be like, I'm struggling to pick something up, and then she's just like, just let me do it. I'm like, okay, never mind.
Belongs to Mr.
Never mind.
If I remember. I think
There's like nothing new in any of these. Ah, here we go, something new. Boop.
this looks important. I will keep it in my notebook.
Two typical examples of the 5 letters written to Kenneth Marshall and answered by him in the morning of the 25th. It seems pretty clear from the dates and postmarks that he did in fact receive the letters in the morning and must have spent nearly an hour answering them. Time necessarily traveled from the hotel to cut his coat back in should be added to this. Check his alibi. Oh.
Mademoiselle Gladys? Will you help me by answering some questions concerning the death of Madame Marshall?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll help if I can.
You were on this floor, cleaning all morning?
Yes, sir. Just like every day. Clean, clean, clean.
Did you see Captain Marshall at all this morning?
Yes, sir. He came up to his room not long after 10:30. I heard the sound of his typewriter a little later.
When was that?
Oh, I would say about 5 minutes to 11.
Did you see anyone else on this floor this morning?
No, sir. But I was cleaning the rooms, so while I was in one, anybody could have walked past.
You cleaned Mademoiselle Linda Marshall's room?
Yes, sir. As always.
Did you do the fireplace?
There wasn't anything to do, sir. There had been no fire lit.
And there was nothing in the fireplace?
No, sir. It was perfectly all right.
Then that fire was set later.
Do you recall who had the late bath this morning?
Late bath? Oh, I know what you mean. I remarked to Mrs. Castle only a little while ago. I said that it was funny someone was having a bath. It was nearly 12 o'clock.
And who was it who had the bath?
That I couldn't say, sir. I heard the water going down the waste pipe. That's all.
And that's a clue, is it?
Of the utmost importance. Did you perhaps notice a bottle missing from any of the rooms?
A bottle, sir? What kind of bottle?
No, Hastings. The glass bottle found at the bottom of the rocky bath.
No, sir. I don't think I've ever seen that bottle before.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
All right.
You may resume your duties.
Yes, sir? No more jars to open?
No. That is happily all in the past.
Okay, well, actually, hold on a minute. One more thing.
These are the
Germans again. The Nazis are just like hanging out next to the frickin' resort. I do not like these Nazis hanging near this resort.
These are the
Alright, moving on.
Monsieur Redfern, may I impose upon you again?
Of course, Monsieur Poirot. My nerves are a bit steadier now.
Monsieur Redfern, how long had you known Elena Marshall?
How long have you
3
really
months.
known?
I understand you met casually at a cocktail party?
Yes, that's how it came about.
Captain Marshall tells me that you and his wife did not know each other well.
That's not exactly true. I saw a fair amount of her one way and another.
Was your wife aware of your friendship with Madame Marshall?
I believe I mentioned to my wife I'd met her.
But she did not know how often you were seeing her?
Perhaps not.
Did you arrange to meet Madame Marshall here?
I suppose it's no good my fencing with you now. I was crazy about the woman. Mad. Infatuated. Anything you like. She wanted me to come down here. Well, I would have agreed to do any mortal thing she
So
liked.
disingenuous.
Did Madame Marshall return your
I
regard?
don't know that I can
She
believe it.
pretended to. But I think she was one of those women who lose interest in a man once they've got him body and soul. See here, I've told you the truth. But how much of this has got to be made public? If it all comes out, it's going to be pretty rough on my wife. I know. I may sound like the worst kind of hypocrite. But the real truth is, I cared deeply for my wife. The other? It was a madness. Kind of idiotic fool thing men do. But Christine is different. She's real. Badly as I treated her, I've known all along that she was the person who really counted. I wish I could make you believe that.
But I do believe it, monsieur. Have no doubt that I do believe it. Was Madame Marshall afraid if her husband learned the truth?
She was a bit nervous, yes. I'm not sure I'd go as far as to say afraid.
Was there talk of marriage between you and Madame Marshall?
No, never. Elena was perfectly satisfied married to Marshall. He's a well-respected businessman. She never saw me as a possible husband. I was just one of a succession of poor mutts. Just something to pass the time with.
And yet knowing this did not alter your feelings for her?
No.
Had you an appointment with Madame Marshall this morning?
No. We usually met on the beach.
Were you surprised not to find her there this morning?
Yes, I was. Very surprised. I couldn't understand it at all.
Can you think of a reason why she went to Cutter's Cove this morning?
I haven't the faintest idea. It wasn't like Elena.
Do you know of anyone in London who might have the grudge against her?
Honestly, I can't think of anyone.
Do you know anyone with the initials J.N.?
J.N.? You mean Jimmy Nash?
Tell me about him.
Well, Jimmy was just one of the crowd. A photographer. Took a splendid picture of Christine and me, as a matter of fact. But now that I think of it, I did hear he and Elena were an item at one time. Haven't seen much of him lately. I'd heard he got himself into some sort of trouble over money. He just dropped out of sight. Monsieur Poirot, if there aren't any more questions, I think I'd like to be with my wife.
Of course, monsieur. I think you will find that she would like that as well.
It's just so... It's not quite there.
Afternoon, sir. Care for a cocktail?
No, I thank you, Henry. May I inquire of your movements this morning?
Seeing to my duties as usual, sir. Cleaning up in here, checking stock, helping make the dining room ready for lunch. Mrs. Castle can vouch for me.
Merci.
Yes, Mrs. Castle can vouch for you, but Mrs. Castle's also a Nazi, so... And I say that not in the joking, haha, she's so strict way, but in the literally, she's working for the Third Reich. She is a German spy just at the beginning of World War II. Oh, we're not doing that now. We'll come back. Okay. Alright, I think we should go back to the town. There are some telegrams we sent that we should have heard back about.
Poirot, is it true? Is she dead?
Are you about to tell me about how wicked she is?
You remember our conversation yesterday?
Yep, there it
about
is.
The reality of evil?
Colonel Weston has put me in charge of the investigation. There are some questions I therefore must put to you.
I understand.
Will you tell me of your movements today?
Willingly. Well, thanks to you, I spent a delightful day hiking over to St. Patrick in the Coombe. Started off round 8. The church is about 7 miles from here. A very pleasant walk up and down the Devon hills and valleys. I ate those sandwiches in a spinney. I visited the church. Oh, it has some fragments, only fragments, alas, of early glass. Also, a very interesting painted screen.
Did you see anyone? The vicar or the verger?
No, there was no one about, and I was the only visitor. It's a very remote spot.
Is there anything you heard or saw that can help us?
All I can tell you is this, that I knew, as soon as I saw her, that Arlena Marshall was a focus of evil. She was evil.
Yeah, just because she's a woman doesn't make her evil. Oh, here he goes.
She can drag him down to the level of the beast.
Oh my fucking god.
Arlena Marshall was a woman such as Jezebel and Aholibah. Now she has been struck down in her wickedness.
What about all the wicked men in the Bible, Dick?
Strangled. Strangled, Monsieur Lane, by a pair of all too human hands.
Yeah.
Monsieur Lane, why were you forced to leave your church in Brixton?
Because he's a sexist.
I became ill.
Press him, Hastings. Now. Did either Millie Parsons or Alice Corrigan belong to your church?
No, but I knew what they were. A man named Gideon Fell. An innocent schoolteacher hounded by police. He was a member of my flock.
Did you preach of Jezebel and Aholibah when Millie Parsons and Alice Corrigan were murdered?
The truth must be told. God's vengeance must be proclaimed.
Were you fired?
Alright, now he sounds like fucking Dalek.
I am not the first to be martyred for the truth.
I think that I have nothing more to say to you.
As you like.
I want to fucking kick you into the sea.
Well done, Hastings. I think that if Monsieur Lane wishes to see the true nature of evil, he need only gaze into his own mirror.
Yeah, but he's not going to. You didn't make him see anything. Anything in the last 4 years have taught us is that just pointing out evil doesn't actually do anything. They have to do something about it.
But Gladys told me about your phobia.
The phobia about. See you later. Boom. Right off the cliff.
I have an uncle who had a phobia about opening doors. If there was no one around to open a door for him, he'd try crawling through a window instead. Then he got stuck in a window once and wouldn't go near them either. He lives in a tent outside Swansea now. Bitter cold some nights, but he seems happy at last.
Well, I'm glad we had this talk.
Ah, Major Barry.
It's true then? Mrs. Marshall has been murdered?
Cool story indeed.
Shocking.
Cool story, bro.
Most shocking. Of course, I can tell you after being in an Indian hill station, what you don't know about human nature isn't worth
Please stop talking about. Nope, nope. Stop. Stop.
Anyway,
Stop.
he was in the East Wilts, or was it the North?
Nope. Stop
Major
talking about
Doesn't matter, really.
your time in
Quiet chap, you
India.
know. Went for his wife
Oh
when
my
he lived in their
god.
bungalow, got her by the throat.
My
She'd
god,
been
he's so
carrying on with
fucking-
some fellow or other. By Jove, he
He
nearly did
won't
for her too. Surprise us
stop.
all. Quiet chap like that.
You see an analogy to this case?
Well, that is to say, never said anything about Marshall. Quiet, thoroughly nice chap. Wouldn't say a word against him in the world.
You were not at the hotel today?
No, wanted to do some telephoning. The post office here isn't very private, so I drove over to Kingsbridge. Had a bit of bother with the motor earlier on, but young Jenks patched it up, so off I went. Almost ran down that fool cat and dog on my way up the high street.
You were quite taken with Mrs. Marshall, were you not?
You know I was, man. Have the decency to let that drop, will you?
It is a case of murder, Major Barry. Poirot does not let anything drop.
Bitch.
What time did you leave?
Just before 10.
What time did you return?
Only just now.
The drive? It is that long?
Well, no. Bit embarrassing for an old campaigner like me, but I got lost. These confounded lanes, twisting and turning all over the place. Damn confusing part of the world.
Did you speak to anyone in Kingsbridge?
Want me to prove an alibi, eh? Saw about 50,000 people in Kingsbridge, but that's not to say they'll remember seeing me. Was there anything else?
Can you think of anything else?
Nothing. I'm out of it. Right out of it. My motor car is running like new, Mr. Jenks. Thank you.
My pleasure, Major. Thanks to you, Mr. Poirot. I found a winch handle for you. What do you want with a winch if you haven't a sailboat?
Now we can get into that
One must start
secret
somewhere, my friend.
door. Even though I know where it opens into, because I've already been there.
Are there any telegrams for me?
I'll just check. Of course, sir.
Oh, I guess they just... Sure. Interesting. Linda Marshall. Anya Price Waverly. Doris Clappenden and Estella Haversham.
How may I be of...
I would like to send...
Of course.
No more...
Are there other telegrams? Ah, there we go. Barkett and Applegood. £50,000, indeed. Requested and received a bank draft in the amount of £10,000. Interesting. That she should place such stock in numerology and astrology and worse makes me fear for her sanity. Oh.
We have quite a few...
No? Okay. Nope.
Ah, there you are, Poirot. What can I do for you?
Do you have the background checks on the suspects?
Yes, here they are.
Any news on Jimmy Nash, the photographer?
I haven't received the report yet, but your inquiry got Scotland Yard very excited about something.
Very excited,
be curious to hear what they
Hmm?
find. Thank you, monsieur.
Montague Berry, from our retired in 1932. Two reports of inappropriate attentions directed towards several wives of fellow officers because he's a dick. Horace Blatt, owner of Blatt's Emporium, hardware and general goods, successful enterprise since opening in 1923. Trade has fallen off in the past 2 years. The rumors business may go under. Blatt continues to lead a lavish lifestyle and appears to have the funds to support same no criminal record. Brewster, ballet instruction, North Brixham Conservatoire. Commonwealth Ballet Company, severe hamstring injury cut short a promising career. Oh. Now a well-respected teacher, liked by students, no criminal record. Rosamund Darnley, well-known fashion designer, owner of Rosemond. Company is extremely profitable. Her designs are said to be stylish with just the right touch of flair and very popular in London at the moment, no criminal record. Lou Clay and Carrie Gardner. Husband is former owner and manager of the Whitehaven Theatre, well-respected regional theatre in the Lake Country. He began to suffer financial losses at 31. Last year, after an aborted attempt to mount an expensive production of Chekhov's Three Sisters, the theatre was forced to close, no criminal records. Stephen Lane, former clergyman. Lane lost his living 3 months ago after a series of bitter sermons indiscriminately attacking the feminine sex outraged many of his parishioners. Good. One charge of disorderly conduct in a public house last month was dismissed. Alright. We got drunk. Or started proselytizing in the middle of the pub. Either one. Kenneth Marshall, investment banker, partner to the city firm of Marshall, Osgood and Gantz. Married to actress Arlena Marshall, one daughter Linda from a previous marriage. Ruthless with anyone who believes he crossed him. Patrick and Christine Redfern. Husband is a state agent just beginning to establish himself in the area. Has been seen in the company of London's Smart Set recently. Seen about in the company of actress Elena Marshall. Wife has interested herself in local charities. No criminal records. Mrs. Hillary Castle. Castle is the woman's maiden name. 1916, she was married in Germany to Karl Frisch. There it is. Husband's current whereabouts are unknown. In January of this year, she was fired from her job as manager at a small hotel in the West End after continually making comments sympathetic to fascist politics to guests. There it is again. Nazi. Gladys Narracott. Chambermaid. Smuggler's Rest Hotel has spent her entire life in Level Bay, hardworking, no criminal record. Strum, bathing beach attendant, Smuggler's Rest Hotel, many private swimming while at school, scheduled shortly entered naval training, no criminal record. Henry Bailey, barman, Smuggler's Rest Hotel, originally from West Sussex, 2 arrests as a teenager for public nuisance and defacing of public property, served 1 month in Borstal for the first charge, 3 months for the second. Not a lot of anything interesting. Alright, well, we have some stuff to do, I guess.
Like a ride to the...
Yes, please.
Let's be off then.
Shut up and just do it.
I run errands for the hotel.
Nope, shut up.
Can you row me to Cutter's Cove?
Mr. Poirot,
Hello, this seaweed wasn't here before. A sandwich tin.
Sandwich tin?
Good Lord.
You must test it, of course, Hastings. But do not expect to find this is a box of powdered sugar.
Cocaine.
Right.
Cocaine? Cocaine.
I confess that you're...
A hidden passage. Now we're getting somewhere.
I mean, we knew where this went. I already said I knew where it went, but yep. We're here again anyway.
Hello?
Yes, please.
On me way. Gladys and I...
Shut up. Let's test the drugs. Drugs. And it is cocaine?
The sandwich tin from the
Heroin.
cave. It contains heroin, beyond any doubt.
Frittolated flag
We
beetles.
talk later, Poirot. I am my...
I have a box full of heroin, dude. We'll talk later. But can you take this box full of very illegal drugs off of my hands?
To the island?
Yes, please.
Let's be off then. What a lot of police. And I brought...
I just need to, like, remember what their birthdays are. Oh, I apparently missed this.
I say, Poirot, not the usual kit for a gentleman sailor. A revolver, apparently owned by Horace Blatt. The revolver is loaded.
What's this? What are you doing in here?
I have been charged with investigating the murder of Elena Marshall.
I don't believe she was shot. Was she?
No?
Then kindly return my property to me.
Unfortunately, we have no choice, Hastings. No, Hastings.
Fine, I guess we won't just grill him right there. Could be. Huh, yeah, no, I'm just supposed to remember what zodiac signs are which, so I'm just going to cheat this part because I basically have to look it up anyway, and this is just going to take less time. So it is Sagittarius, arrow with a line through it. Where are, how did I, wait, aha. Sagittarius, Capricorn. Where are you? Nope. Oh, I guess this slides that way. Aries and... Oh wait, Sagittarius, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aries. Oops. And maybe it's the other way. Also no? Oh, right. Wait a minute.
You do yourself
There we go.
credit, mon ami. Bravo.
The gas. Really?
A discovery of significant importance.
All right. Interesting. No opening music indeed. Wow, this is so just... Mm-hmm.
I say, that looks like one of those doors you find in old monasteries. What do you call them?
A monk's door, Hastings.
Nancy Drew kind of has, yeah, Nancy Drew has done everything in this.
Hello. What have we here? Mrs. Castle's wire recorder. I'd almost forgotten about that.
Linda? Linda? Linda, dear, I'm having dinner in my room. Would you like to join me? Linda? Linda?
Right?
Good Lord, Linda!
Person named Linda locked in her
No!
room, refusing to come out.
Help! Someone help us! It's my daughter! Please!
The doctor was called immediately. Mademoiselle Marshall's stomach was pumped. It was a near thing, but she was safe.
Thank God. The trial was purchased for her, of course, not her stepmother.
Yes, she is caught between two worlds, Hastings. Not the real world and the supernatural, but childhood and adult. We have seen how she played up to Will Jenks. Was it just for a shovel to build her polo matin? I do not think so. I would advise speaking with her as soon as we return to Seadrift Island. You must learn if anyone attempted to goad her into
what's
it.
interesting about Try
Whether
and
all
All
of
is
the
that
items
it
we
has shown
discovered
up
in her
several
fireplace
times
were
in Agatha
put there
Christie.
by her, and above all, you must try to put the
Agatha
poor
Christie
child at ease.
things.
She didn't kill
Murder
her
on the Orient
stepmother,
Express, and then there were
tried
none
to commit
actually, were the two
suicide
big
in
ones.
remorse.
No, Hastings, she did not. Consult the pushpins on the map. The picture they
I
tell
wasn't paying
is
attention to
based
what they
on
were
the
saying.
times we have gathered during our interrogations.
Someone lied?
No
Hastings,
shit, dude.
you may expect a murderer to lie.
Oh, right you are.
Of more importance is that someone thinks they have told us the truth.
Time to unmask the murderer?
No, my friend. The smugglers of the heroin must first be apprehended. They are the last obstacle that stands between you and the true secret behind the murder of Elena Marshall. For them, a small trap must be laid. And so, what do we know of the smugglers? Tell me who you think is involved.
North. He's no birdwatcher.
Excellent, my friend.
I mean,
Yes,
we know he's a
Mr. North
smuggler.
from London
He's
with his
grown a
criminal
background, and
seems
he's just
an
hanging
obvious
out,
choice.
watching things.
Horace Black.
And he has an endless supply of money that never
Monsieur
seems to
Black
run out,
is the
even
hardware
while his
store
hardware
that is
store
not
is
doing as
failing.
well as he would have us believe. He earns his income elsewhere. What are the clues to their plan?
The color of Blatt's sails.
He changed.
Red and white. Oui, bien. What do they signify?
Red tells North to wait.
When the red sail flies, Monsieur waits and watches.
White tells North the heroin is ready to be picked up.
Since we picked up the heroin
That
on
is
the
when
day that
North
it was
makes
white.
his move to collect it. The murder. It throws the plans of Monsieur Blatt and Monsieur North into disarray. They dare not retrieve the sandwich box from the scene of the murder, with so many police tramping about. So, we know three things which will help us capture them. The first, they assume the heroin is still where Monsieur Blatt hid it in the cave, for no outcry has been raised. Second, once it is in their possession, the safest route off the island will be back through the tunnel they have used so many times before. And third, we have the means to stop them in their tracks. What do we possess that Monsieur Blatt must need most desperately to navigate the tunnels beneath the island?
The compass.
You have it, my friend. The compass is necessary to navigate the maze of tunnels. We have found the broken compass of Monsieur North. Only the compass of Monsieur Blatt remains. And how can we render it useless?
A magnet.
throw it off with the sliver of magnet we found in the garage.
Yes, of course.
Bam.
We return the useless compass to Monsieur Blatt, replace the sandwich tin, and the trap. It is set. Now all that remains before we return to Seadrift Island is the last clue concerning the magical finger of suspicion.
Before you give me the last clue, may I see how I am doing so far?
But of course, present the clues you have so far and your interpretation of them. If you choose correctly less than half of the time, I will give you an additional hint, along with the final clue. Power was the first clue.
The thing is powered by electricity.
A good beginning. The second clue was lamp.
The finger of suspicion is powered by the same circuit as the lamp.
Yes. If the lamp was not on, the finger of suspicion will not point. The third clue, it is desk.
The wires from the lamp to the finger of suspicion are in the desk.
And the wires? They are very cleverly concealed too. The fourth clue, it is drawer.
You open the drawer every time you operate the finger of suspicion.
I do not open the drawer.
Damn it, okay.
I close it. So,
How was I supposed to know
the
that?
finger of suspicion is powered by the lamp through the wires hidden within the desk. Closing the desk drawer closes the circuit to allow the current to flow. Clue 5 is an easy one. Magnet.
The finger is controlled by magnets you hold.
The magnet? It is here in my ring.
There we go.
There is a magnetic switch embedded beneath each of the oracle-like pronouncements. If the circuit is complete,
Close
a
the-
single movement controls the finger, and the switch
You
is
close the
wrong.
drawer, and that completes the
finger
circuit,
then
which
comes
has
to
the,
rest there.
the
If the power to the switches
finger
is missing,
spinning,
the
and then
finger
you...
moves
Yeah.
every which way as I move my hand, never settling in one spot. In this way, I did not need to leave my hand hovering suspiciously above the correct answer to your question. The switch is reset every time the circuit is broken, and the device is ready for the next. And the sixth clue, the telephone.
The telephone is disconnected.
Only to the outside line. It is connected to the finger of suspicion. You have proven your little grey cells are worthy of a final clue without hints. After the denouement on Seadrift Island, we will wrap up this last little mystery. The clue is code.
Some code I enter into the telephone.
Of course. Without it, the finger of suspicion will not point to the truth. Only he who dials the code on the telephone can make the finger operate correctly. And now, Hastings, when you are ready, we will return to Seadrift Island to speak with Mademoiselle Marshall. Prepare our trap for Monsieur Blatt and North, and enlist Colonel Weston's aid in their capture. It is late afternoon.
Alright, let's do it. Alright, let's go set the trap. Well, no, hold on.
Mademoiselle, it is good to see you looking so much recovered.
Here we go.
Thank
We
you.
can do it.
Captain Marshall, it is necessary that I speak with your daughter in private.
I can't allow that. She's still too weak.
It is of the utmost importance.
No.
Monsieur Poirot, I know what you want to speak to me about. I should like my father to remain.
Are you certain?
Yes, Daddy. Let Monsieur Poirot ask his questions. I need to answer, and you need to hear the answers.
Very well, Linda dear. Monsieur Poirot?
Mademoiselle, it is not true that you liked your stepmother.
No, I loathed her. She ignored me. That was all right. It's the way she treated Daddy I couldn't stand.
Did your father and your stepmother argue?
Daddy doesn't argue. He makes his point and then is done with it. But they often had differences of opinion.
At school, you believed an instructor killed Millie Parsons.
What?
You and your friends had been experimenting with voodoo?
The devil, you say? See here, Poirot. How dare you?
Mademoiselle?
She Linda or Jane? Why not both?
He got us interested. We knew Miss Porter wouldn't believe me if I told her about Millie, about him grabbing her and the horrid things he said.
You decided to dispense justice on your own?
Yes. We fashioned a wax figure of him, got the nail clippings and the hair like the book said. Then did the ritual at the polo matting we'd made.
A pole in a cleared circle?
Yes. It represents the center of the world. Power. Then we let him have it with the pins. It worked, Monsieur Poirot. You have to believe me, it worked.
Because he believed as well, mademoiselle, only that. Miss Potter found out what about the voodoo?
She said we were persecuting Mr. Fell. But I think she got suspicious herself, because she fired him at the end of term.
You wrote threatening letters to your stepmother?
I wanted to scare her.
So she would be more susceptible to your magic?
Yes. It sounds so stupid to say it like this.
No, mademoiselle. Children are often powerless to help those they love. But you had felt your power at school. Is it not so?
Yes, you're right, I did. I thought I could do something to stop her. And I stole Rosamond's typewriter and hid it in Mrs. Redfern's room, so she would be blamed for the notes. That was wicked, I know.
You created another door.
This morning early, I went out to the monastery ruins and performed the ritual again. Je vous ai battu, je vous casse, je vous maudis. Then I came back here and burnt everything. A little later, I heard she was dead. Don't you see? I thought it had worked. Just like with Mr. Fell. But I didn't want her dead, not really. I just wanted her out of our lives. Forever.
Linda, dear. Oh, my child. I'm so sorry.
Mademoiselle, did anyone tell you to take your own life?
No. It seemed the only thing I could do.
Alright.
I will list for you the things I have found.
Alright.
The book of voodoo rituals, the key to the monk's door behind which you hid the wire recorder.
She said casually,
the pin
indeed.
in the hat with some wax still adhering to it. The hairbrush. The melted wax in the fireplace. Human hair burned in the fireplace. Green fabric burned in the fireplace. That is all, I think.
But hang on. That's not right.
Something? It is missing?
No, there's too
that
much.
green fabric.
That's
I have no
it.
idea where that came from. I didn't burn that.
Do you see it, Hastings? Even as she puts the typewriter in the room of Christine Redfern to throw suspicion on her, someone has the same idea. As I said, the pieces of green fabric that do not match the hat of Mrs. Marshall are a significant clue. Mademoiselle, why did you try to take your own life?
After I talked to you, I came back to my room. I saw someone had been sifting through my fireplace. Then later, my puzzle box had been opened.
But Linda, you can't have believed, not really, that voodoo killed Arlena?
No, but I knew what would happen. Daddy, I know in spite of everything you loved her. And when the truth came out, and you found out what I had done, I knew you wouldn't love me anymore.
Oh, my dear girl, I'll always love you. If you believe nothing else, believe that.
Oh, Daddy, Daddy, I'm so sorry.
Hastings, we are done here.
And fiend. Moving on. Still not here. Okay. Not sure what the wire recorder's all about then.
Well, that's put paid to the compass, right enough.
Alright, ruin the compass. Actually, it'll be easy. Well, no.
Can you...
Mr. Poirot.
Cheese is in the trap.
Excellent. One more step only. Colonel Weston must be here to make the arrest.
Hello?
Yes, please.
On me what? Gladys and...
Why is that not letting me go in? Shit.
Latched tight.
Damn. Oh wow, even he's gone? Weird. Even she's gone. Weird.
You seem in...
I'm about to make 10 quid, and won't Gladys be pleased?
What is the source of your good fortune?
It's the funniest thing. One of the guests at the hotel is paying me to help play a joke on somebody. I'm to lay off the island this evening in my motorboat, and when he signals from the hotel tower, I'm to pick him up and run him over to Thurlstone. It's a surprise for someone, but I don't know any more than that.
We must learn more, Hastings. Who is paying you?
Oh, I can't tell you that, sir. I gave my word, and he wouldn't pay up if I said.
Alright, you dumb shit.
When is this joke to take place?
I have no idea. I'm just to wait off the south side of the island until I see a signal from the tower. Then I head into Cutter's Cove and pick him up.
The lantern missing from the safe. It is now explained. Is it far to Thurlstone?
Oh no, sir. Just a short run across the bay. Easiest money I've ever made.
And what is the signal?
Oh, sir, I'm not sure I can tell you that.
Where can be the harm? You do not reveal the name as you promised after all. There is another 5 in it for you. 5 pounds, Hastings. I think you would not be so free with the money if it were yours.
All in a good cause.
5 quid more? This is my lucky day indeed.
Oh, yippee.
Here you are, my friend.
Come on.
5 pounds as promised.
Just tell
Much
me.
appreciated, I'm sure. It's just a signal with the light. 3 short flashes.
Quickly, Hastings. Consult the codes in your notebook. Choose one that will be the joke on our adversary.
Very short. Is pickup required high tide? Ooh. She's looking for extraction. Well, could just do what we should do.
3 long.
Oui, but of course.
I don't know that that's quite a joke.
Fire on this position? Poirot.
There it is.
This is a rather bloodthirsty joke, wouldn't you say?
Hastings, what do we do to Nazis?
When the time comes, you can warn him if you like. Monsieur Jenks, your humorous friend cannot flash the 3 short lights out into the sea.
Why not?
That is the home guard code for announcing you have spotted the enemy.
Is it really? That wouldn't do at all.
No, indeed. 3 long flashes is the code for no enemy ship sighted.
3 long flashes. Got it. No harm done. I have plenty of time to warn him. I'm certainly glad I told you. I may even get another tip for warning the guest. If you'd excuse me, Mr. Poirot, I have to close up.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Like a rock.
Yes, please.
Let's be off. What a lot of police. And I brought a...
Where are they? Interesting. It says that everybody should just be where they're supposed to be in Leathercombe Bay, and they're not really.
Here is your compass, Monsieur Blatt. I thank you for allowing me to borrow it.
It's about bloody time, too.
Hello?
Yes, please?
On me way. I have a theory.
Yeah, very rude, right?
Hello, Poirot.
Have there been any new developments?
I'll say.
What of Mrs. Castle?
She met with certain individuals in Exmoor, then hopped a train to Southampton. Trying to leave the country is my guess. She'll be detained the moment she tries to board a ship.
You are watching her associates, I assume?
Scotland Yard is on it.
Any report on Gideon Fell?
He's being questioned as we speak. I hope to have some information before the night is over.
What of Monsieur Jimmy Nash?
Nothing yet, Poirot. Scotland Yard has promised to bring through sometime tonight.
It is time to clear up our remaining mysteries. I need your help.
Anything.
We must settle this business of the heroine.
Tell me what you need.
Accompany me to Cutter's Cave.
I'm ready to leave when you are. What else?
Your men must watch the causeway and stop anyone who tries to leave.
My men will be ready. Anything else?
We are ready to return to Cutter's Cave.
Alright, let's catch some heroin. Smugglers.
Colonel, perhaps you should descend to Cutter's Cove by the ladder. I will ask Mademoiselle Brewster to conduct me there.
Why don't we both take the ladder?
Tell him the smugglers might try to escape by boat.
If the smugglers try to flee by boat, I shall be ready. If they try to make their escape via the ladder, you will be there to apprehend them.
On my way.
Thank you, Hastings. You appreciate my suspicions of the ladder. The sea, it does not appear too rough.
Poirot, you can't fly to Cutter's Cove.
Fly? No, no. Flying is not for Poirot.
Very accurate.
Can you...
Mr. Poirot.
An older lad...
I say, the heroine is gone.
We can't leave by boat, and your bloody compass is useless.
I don't understand it. Compass worked fine before I loaned it to... Oh, hoaxed it, did you?
I am afraid so.
Clever, aren't you?
Oui? May I borrow the compass once more?
I guess you've earned it.
I'll take the sandwich tin if you don't mind.
A few questions, only to satisfy my curiosity. You received the shipments from a larger vessel at sea?
Yes.
Monsieur North, you picked them up in Cutter's Cave.
Yes, once I saw the all-clear signal.
You used a signal light?
No.
The cells, of course.
Of course.
Red to tell Monsieur North the shipment it was not ready. White to inform him that he could pick it up using the tunnel from the Smuggler's Rest.
That's right. I'd nicked a spare key months ago when the place was still open. Worked quite well for us until a U-boat took some pot shots at me when I was making the rendezvous at sea. Too dangerous now. That was to be our last shipment for a while until we could find another way.
The war, it is an inconvenience.
You can say that again.
Playing the ghost was your idea, Mr. North?
Not likely. Blatt thought it would scare off any nosy locals. I thought it was bloody silly.
I think that concludes our business here. Colonel Weston, if you could hand Monsieur North over to your men, I would like Monsieur Blatt to join us this evening in the dining room.
It's your show, my friend.
I'd shoot you, Poirot. Somebody stole my gun.
Just gonna drop that in the middle of that.
The
Okay.
murder of Millie Parsons, it is now explained. The fifth columnist has fled and will hopefully lead Scotland Yard to other traitors. The practitioner of the voodoo has been revealed. The smugglers have been trapped with the goods, as you say. Only one target remains. The murderer of
Ooh, this has
Arlena
been a
Marshall.
marathon session.
Then you knew by now who had murdered Arlena Stewart?
But of course, all of the clues are now in your possession as well.
Let's do it. Parlor scene, or in this case, dining room scene.
Hastings, the time it has arrived. The crowning glory of any case. That sublime moment when the spotlight shines down. A hush descends upon the audience. And all
Let's go!
Tonight, however, the stage, it shall be yours. Some will listen in relief, others in anger at what must be revealed. And some will listen in fear as the net of truth slowly, inexorably tightens
Around them. I love that idea.
Now one thing only
You
before
slowly spin your tail
Do
and
you
it
wish
just
Poirot's help?
constricts
Can
more
whisper
and
in your
more
ear
until
and
they
guide you?
can't bear and they
If
just...
you feel brave, I will sit back and let you present the case your own little grey cells have constructed for you. What then is it to do?
I'd like to give it a try on my own.
I'm not gonna let you take the wheel here. This is all
you
me.
too, my friend, and wish you bon chance. Well, that is to say, Hastings, pull yourself together. You wanted to present the summation on your own. Get on with
This
it.
is the DM literally being like, roleplay.
Mesdames et messieurs, we are gathered here to learn the facts behind the death of Arlena Marshall. Two matters I will touch on briefly first. Mrs. Castle, our hostess, will not be joining us. She has fled the island, carefully shadowed by the police.
Good God, man. Do you mean to say she murdered Mrs. Marshall?
No, none at all. But for some time she has been in the employ of this nation's enemies.
She's a
Rest
fucking
assured,
Nazi.
She will be arrested the moment she leads the police to her co-conspirators. Also, Monsieur Horace Blatt and a day tripper by the name of North have been taken into police custody.
What's he done?
He was arrested with a considerable quantity of heroin in his possession.
Blatt murdered Mrs. Marshall.
Will you shut up, dude?
Fifth columnist? Drug smugglers, as I recall, Mr. Blatt. You thought this a rather dull place for a holiday.
And now we must turn our attention to murder. In order to understand the crime, it is necessary to separate the clues to its nature from the many red herrings that obscured our path. Once that is accomplished, we are left with the truth. Let us begin with the comparison of two bottles. The two bottles I compared were, of course,
shit, they're both really important.
The bottle from the rocky bath and a bottle of Trianol.
While the bottle tossed into the rocky bath is important, it was...
Fine, fuck.
Yes, absolutely.
Eh bien?
Perfume bottles.
Fine.
I speak of their 2 perfume bottles. Their first bottle was in Madame Marshall's bath. She had applied the perfume before leaving on her float this morning, as I myself remarked. Why would she need a second bottle? And why was it found in the cave? Next, we come to another comparison. And for this, we owe much to the expertise of Mademoiselle Darnley.
3 pieces of green fabric.
She really smelled. She just needed a bunch of bottles.
Another piece of green fabric was found in the fireplace of Linda Marshall. They appeared to be the same fabric as that of Madame Marshall's hat. In fact, Mademoiselle Darnley was able to tell at a glance that neither was the silk from the hat. I will now turn to another curious incident of this morning. Someone threw a bottle from the hotel balcony. It narrowly missed Mademoiselle Brewster. Why dispose of an unneeded bottle in such a fashion when there are convenient dustbins? The contents of the bottle was also surprising.
Artificial suntan.
Testing proved the bottle it had contained artificial suntan. But the weather, it has been most agreeable. The sun, it shines every day. Who would need such a thing?
Who would
Then
need
there was the contents of Madame Marshall's flask.
Trianol.
Her coffee was laced with a heavy dose of the sedative Trianol. Instead of reviving her, it would almost certainly have put her into a deep sleep. Taken separately, their clues, they mean little. But together, a bath where there should have been none, duplicate perfume bottles, fabric for the hat that is very much alike, yet not the same, artificial suntan when the sun, it shines brightly. These suggested at once to me a single thought alone.
Someone wanted to impersonate Arlena Marshall.
Someone wanted to duplicate the hat of Mrs. Marshall, her deep tan, even her scent. And how can we determine when this impersonation has taken place? It is a sound which gives us the clue.
The sound of running water.
Of a bath, specifically.
An odd thing, that running water. It was heard both by Poirot and the maid Gladys Narracott.
Now it's hilarious because the whole idea being that no one should take a bath that late, but like that's exactly
and
what
as
I
I
do.
observed when I had occasion
Like, I shower at like middle of the day.
At an unusual hour, the sound, it is very noticeable in a quiet hotel. Why would someone need to run a bath so late in the morning, if all had already risen and breakfasted?
Maybe because they just wanted
to fit you,
slide into the, I don't know.
To remove the artificial suntan.
To wash off the artificial suntan, perhaps? The bottle, of course, it is thrown into the sea after the suntan is applied, narrowly missing Mademoiselle
It's always
Brewster.
a great time to shower,
It
exactly,
becomes
yeah.
clear, does it not, that someone impersonated Madame Marshall this very morning, very near to the time of her murder. But why?
To provide an alibi for the murderer.
Précisément. I have calculated the time it would take for every person on this island to reach Cutter's Cove, murder Madame Marshall, and come away again between 20 of 11 and 15 minutes to 12. And I tell you that only Mademoiselle Darnley can have done it.
Monsieur Poirot.
Comme-vous, mademoiselle? You were the only one close enough. Yet the nature of the crime, strangulation by powerful hands, eliminates you. Captain Marshall was typing the letters. Linda Marshall and Mrs. Redfern were together at Sanctuary Cove. Monsieur Redfern is in plain sight of several people, both guests and hotel staff. Mrs. Castle tends to her duties. The gardeners were together above the bathing beach, except when Monsieur Gardner goes to fetch the knitting wool. Despite Madame Gardner's apprehensions, he would still not have had enough time to do the deed. Mademoiselle Brewster swims, converses with Poirot and Rose. Monsieur Blatt sails, Major Barry gets lost, Monsieur Lane hikes.
What about the tunnels?
Ah yes, they're tunnels. They would certainly allow someone to reach Cutter's Cove undetected if their secret were known.
I don't have to add any commentary to this. This is great.
Any shorter. Whether you
Partly
travel from
because
the
this is
Smuggler's
how it
Rest to
actually
Cutter's
plays out
Cove,
in the
or
novel.
the monastery ruins to Cutter's
Don't worry,
Cove
we'll get to
via
the part
Path
where
of
it
Tunnel.
deviates and it'll be
Time, it is
obvious.
almost the same. And without a compass, you may rest assured the trip would be much longer. The method of murder? Strangulation by a powerful pair of hands. Only a man or a strong woman.
Oh yeah, it's a deviation, alright.
There is a woman in this room who could have done it. Mademoiselle Brewster.
If you've been paying attention, you know, you probably can figure out what it is.
I believe in keeping fit.
A few things that have been set up.
Helps us to eliminate Madame Castle, Madame Gardner, Madame Redfern, Mademoiselle Darnley, and Mademoiselle Linda Marshall as the strangler. Strangulation, yes. A method of murder seen before in Devon. A schoolgirl named Millie Parsons. A housewife named Alice Corrigan. One murdered only a few weeks after the other earlier this year. One of these murders is connected only slightly to the death of Arlena Marshall. But the perpetrator of the other is far more intimately involved.
The murderer of Alice Corrigan.
Alice Corrigan and Arlena Marshall were murdered by the same man. How does Poirot know this? The unbreakable alibi. The primary suspect in Alice Corrigan's murder also had the unbreakable alibi just as we face here. An alibi based solely on time. Corrigan, the husband of the murdered woman, was apparently aboard a train when she was killed. Yet in that case, all a certain young lady hiker by the name of Elizabeth Stride must do is give the time when she discovers the body at least 20 minutes before Alice Corrigan actually died. The husband has time to alight at the station, kill his wife, and be gone before the police they arrive. Note how the alibi, it is worked precisely the same. And here the clue that demolishes the false alibi in the murder of Arlena Marshall is her stepdaughter's watch.
No, Poirot, you're wrong.
Linda's watch keeps perfect time.
If the watch of Linda Marshall did not keep the perfect time, I might have forgiven certain testimony as an honest mistake. But there was no honesty about it. It was a deliberate lie. The liar is Christine Redfern. You are a liar, Madame Redfern.
Deal with it.
You are the impersonator of Arlena Marshall. And the only way you could have done it is if you changed the time on Linda's watch. You had the opportunity at Sanctuary
Linda was
Cove.
swimming, Christine was sitting there, changed the time, Linda checks it, she provides
to
the
add to
alibi.
her fire that cheap green hat you wore as part of your disguise.
But how could she change the time on my watch when I was right there at the cove?
Mademoiselle, it was easy enough. Turn the watch back 20 minutes the first time you go into the sea. Then ask what time is it as you prepare to go into the sea once more. The watch, it says 15 minutes of 12. But of course, it is in reality only 25 minutes past 11. She is already dressed in the white bathing suit like Arlena's. The green hat, it is concealed in her sketch bag. And the suntan was applied much earlier, now concealed by the clothes she wears to protect her from the sun. At 11:20, Madame Redfern, she hurries to Cutter's Cove, a journey of no more than 15 minutes. I have timed it myself. She finds Arlena unconscious from the drugged coffee and pulls her into the cave. It could not have been easy. She spilled the coffee. Tore her hat.
A white bathing suit is what we were told, by the way.
She has but a few moments to dab herself with Elena's perfume and compose herself before the rowboat with Patrick Redfern at the oars and Emily Brewster in the bow rounds the headland into Cutter's Cove. The time, it is precisely 11:40.
You have no proof of any of that. Why would she do such a thing?
She loves you, Monsieur Redfern, as you love her. Have I not agreed it is so?
Mr. Poirot, you're saying that the woman I saw lying there was Christine Redfern and not Arlena Marshall?
Oui bien. A little play artfully contrived for your benefit. Each step you were led. Each step you thought you saw what you were supposed to see. Then after you left to go get help, and then the real murder occurs.
I like how there's two different soundtracks happening at the same time. See, none of this would have been shown if I had played the other game, because none of the cutscenes worked.
Now, of course, it is truly 15 minutes of 12. Madame Marshall has the time to wash away the artificial tan, change his clothes, and arrive for her tennis rendezvous.
Monsieur Poirot, I am sure everyone will agree that I might have had a motive to kill Arlena, but not Patrick.
You think I believe in your jealousy, mademoiselle? When your husband, if he is indeed your husband, loves you and you know it to be true? No. The true motive lies in two documents.
Letter from J.N.
A letter from a former admirer named Jimmy Nash gives us an insight into Mrs. Marshall and her relationships with a certain kind of man. It is clear that he has requested and received money from her sometime in the past.
Letter from Arlena's solicitors.
A telegram reveals that a sizable portion of her fortune was paid out last week to her. £10,000 to be exact. Do you know anything of this, Captain Marshall?
First I've heard of it.
I said to Captain Marshall earlier today that until we can comprehend fully and completely exactly what kind of a person Arlena Marshall was, we shall not be able to see clearly exactly the kind of person who murdered her. And what do we see from these two letters?
Arlena was taken advantage of by
The
men.
big twist. Everyone called Arlena
Arlena Marshall was a woman who needed to
one
be
who
adored.
seduced men, and it turns out she was just
She
needy.
was fair game for a certain type of man who takes advantage of such women. Just as Jimmy Nash convinced her to give him money, Patrick Redfern did the same. And I know as surely as I know anything, that before Jimmy Nash,
Come on,
there
we can
was
make it.
another such man. And before him, another. Arlena was not a predator. She was the victim. That is her character. And that is the character of Edward Corrigan, the man who killed her, just as he killed his wife Alice for her inheritance
Damn.
only a few months ago.
Edward Corrigan, j'accuse.
Oh, I don't know about that. Here's something even Poirot hasn't heard yet. Although knowing him, he expects it. I sent a photograph of the two of you he borrowed from your suitcase to the Brixham police.
Allow me to make this small deduction, Colonel. They have identified you as Edward Corrigan and Elizabeth Stride, the young woman who found the body. Bravo, Hastings. I could not have done better myself.
Bam.
Thanks, old man. That's dashed kind of you.
Oh, well, that's torn it. Edward, don't be a fool.
Well, he's gonna be a fool. Alright, here we go.
Say, that looks like my revolver.
Oh, congratulations.
You can go quietly to the noose if you like, my dear.
This is where things get a little, yeah. Just enjoy.
Poirot? Shouldn't we chase after him?
Poirot does not chase?
You damned, interfering, lousy little worm. One step and I'll kill you. I may do it anyway.
Here is your chance, Hastings.
He is a bit of a Ken doll, isn't he?
Try not to get Poirot killed, please. Do not signal with a lantern.
And why not?
It is too dangerous.
Don't worry. Everything's right. You've fallen down rather badly on this, haven't you? A clear out before I pull this trigger.
Ah!
Hastings, what have you done? If the case it ended with Poirot's untimely demise, I could not be standing here telling you the story, could I?
Sorry, old man.
Just boop. Alright, here we go. Hastings, how could you? I can't believe you've done this. Everyone just gathers on the patio. Just gonna chill. One man with a gun just stakes out up top of the tower. Here we go.
Right. That's the signal.
Yep.
Achtung! Stellen Sie Koordinaten ein! Bereit!
It's kind of hilarious too, but he said stellen Sie, which, you know, is formal you, like respecting you, whereas he would actually be using the more informal or more commanding imperative tense, using do instead. But yeah, it's the Nazis.
Feuer!
Hell.
Boop.
Gut. Ziel zerstörtes. Tauchen!
No, it would be Tauch, not Tauchen. Again, you use the German is wrong. But yeah, That's it. That's how they changed it, because there were no U-boats firing on the hotel in the original show, the original series. I have no idea what the fuck is why did they do this? Why did they do this? I would clip it, but like I'm not gonna be able to clip enough of it. They get like, yeah, they wanted to have fun with Nazis again, mind you. We did this and then there were none already. We threw in the Nazis. That didn't really exist in the story either.
One mystery only remains, Hastings. You have the clue. Code. What is then the code that allows someone to control their finger of suspicion? When you think you have the answer, tell me and we shall see what we shall see.
Is there a way to get that to change? I wonder if you can change the way that ends. Anyway. Yeah, I could do a highlight. I think I can do that after the fact.
Abby, my friend, if you think you have the code, dial it into the telephone.
I have no idea what this actually is going to do. I can't remember it. But it is G... Us. I can't remember.
Bravo, Hastings. That is indeed the code that unlocks their finger of suspicion. You have uncovered the secret of its magic. The case, it is now complete, my friend. You have walked in Poirot's shoes.
Poirot, I'll be honest with you. Now that I've given it a try, your job is not as easy as I thought. But thank you for the experience. I am proud to be your friend.
And I am honored to have you as mine, Hastings. We have passed the hours most agreeably.
Yes, I thank you for that too. I'm sorry, old chap. I should trot on over to the War Office, I'm afraid.
The bat signal, yes.
One mystery solved, and another, even greater, begins.
Don't you worry. No more holidays at the beach for a time, maybe. But we'll pull through. You'll see.
Oh, I feel like the dinosaur, Hastings. Gone is my world, where good always triumphs over evil. Where the clues, they all add up to the satisfactory solution. Where the murderer never escapes. This will be a war as we have never seen it. Whatever the outcome, mon ami.
I like how the light is just going right through
and I fear our world,
Elizabeth Tower.
It will never be the same.
Right through it. There we go. And that is Agatha Christie's Evil Under the Sun, and the final game that they put in, I believe, the final 3D one at least. I know they did. There were some like point and click hidden object adventure games that were released after this, I think, but this was the last 3D one. Definitely remember these games being way more fun than they really are. You can go ahead and exit out of this because it has nothing more to do. Oof. I am so very tired. It is now 3 o'clock in the morning, basically. Oh, I need to go to bed. Oh yeah, no, it's still enjoyable. It's still enjoyable, but like when I was a kid and played this, it was like, this is the greatest thing ever, and now I'm like, yeah, no, I've definitely played better Nancy Drew games than this. This was not a terribly good Nancy Drew game. This is a perfectly good Agatha Christie game, but Nancy Drew, she kind of outdoes them a little bit. Just a little bit. So, and that's okay. I wanted to play a Nancy Drew game, I would play a Nancy Drew game. Not an Agatha Christie game. But I do feel kind of bad that Agatha Christie's been kind of done dirty like this. Then again, you know, I don't know. There's reasons to how it all should work, I guess. I think, yeah, the ABC Murders. The ABC Murders is oof. Yeah. Developed by Artifact Studio and published by Anuman under the Microids brand. So there were actually two. That's right. There's ABC Murders from 2016. That one's the point and click murder mystery. That was in 2016. 2009. It was original. In 2009, there was an ABC Murders that was released for the Nintendo DS. That one was Awe Games, Black Lantern Studios, and Dreamcatcher. So that was the last game that they did. Excuse me. Evil Under the Sun was Awe Games as well. Yeah. Kind of hard to... Yeah, the 2016 game is the one that looks much better, even just the little bit that I'm seeing right here. I've never played the 2009 one. I think it was only released on the DS, and it was rated incredibly poorly. Game Rankings gave it a 53%, Metacritic gave it a 53%. The publication Adventure Gamers gave it a 1 star out of 5. It's like ripped apart. But yeah, I've never played the ABC Murders point and click. Maybe I'll have to get that sometime. It looks better than I remember it being. Or at least more put together than I remember. Very pretty looking. Yeah, I'll have to give it a look. Anyway, this was delightful. I had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for joining me and sticking with me this whole time. I am very, very tired, so I am going to go ahead and sign off at this point. Let all of you go as well. Again, thank you for joining me. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll figure out what next to play on next Tuesday. And then we'll go from there, I guess. So keep an eye out. We'll figure out what to play next. Got a bunch of different options. So if I'm between anything, I might throw it to the Discord. So keep an eye out there. And yeah, I'll see you all next week. This is true, yeah. They move time zones and all that. Anyway, Have a great weekend, everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, and I'll see you all again next week on Tuesday, around at the same time. Probably more 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, perhaps. I might start moving things up a little bit earlier now that my work schedule is getting more regular and earlier. So, until then, have a great night, and I will talk to you all soon. Sleep well, and have a great weekend. Bye-bye, everyone. Mwah.